Chapter 2002. Including their captain, there were a total of 3 divine kings in the Swordswolf adventurers. When their captain began fighting Jianshan, the other 2 divine kings struck out as well. Kea and Chanlong naturally would not just stand by and watch. They struck out together, stopping a divine king each. Although Kea was only an overgod and had only become a god recently, her battle prowess was no weaker than Jianshan's at all. In particular, even Jianshan had to admit that he was inferior to her in terms of usage and control of laws. As a result, Kea was on par with one of the divine kings from the Swordswolf adventurers. She would even gain the upper hand from time to time. The 3 divine kings from the Swordswolf adventurers were not particularly powerful. They were not prodigies, and they were only early divine kings. As a result, Jianshan and Kea were not as powerless as the 3 protectors from the heavenly demon religion who had hunted them down. Compared to the 2 of them, Master Chanlong was in a much worse shape. He had completely lost the upper hand. If it were not for the fact that he had a soul sealed in formation banners that could conjure a huge python with the help of formations, Master Chanlong probably would have become heavily injured from the attacks of one of the divine kings. He was a formations master after all. Casting down formations and injuring people with the way of formations was his specialty. Master Chanlong wielded a simple, azure disc. As he worked with the trapped soul against one of the divine kings, he constantly formed hand seals with his hands. He tossed out formation banners one after another, casting down formations as quickly as he could. In an open battle, it might have been very difficult for Master Chanlong to defeat opponents of the same level of cultivation, but if he cast down formations, he could kill the Divine King easily. In the life and death arena, as the 2 sides exchanged blows, violent roars rang out incessantly. Powerful energy waves wreaked havoc in the arena, causing many of the martial artists gathered below the arena to be extremely shocked. As the news of the battle between the divine kings in the arena of life and death spread, more and more people gathered below the arena. However, without any exception, all the people who witnessed the battle became stunned. They were extremely shocked. 3 overgods against 3 divine kings. In particular, 2 of the overgods were on par with 2 divine kings. They even seemed to possess the upper hand. This sight had an unimaginable impact on everyone below the arena. The 3 of them must be supreme overgods on the overgods plaque to be able to fend off divine kings as overgods, in particular, the young man and woman. I've even begun to wonder if they're the supreme overgods who rank first on the overgods plaque. We don't know how powerful the person who ranks first on the overgods plaque is, but I'm certain that the man and woman can rank in the top 10 at the very least. No, top 3. Many people below the arena of life and death gasped and sighed in amazement. At this moment, a great howl rang out. The battle between the Wolf King and Jianshan had reached its climax. It was extremely intense. The Wolf King was already covered in blood. His body was covered in vicious and terrifying slashes. In particular, only 6 of the 9 bone spurs on his back remained. Jianshan had severed 3 of them. Jianshan's clothes were in tatters as well. It was impossible to tell whether the blood was his or the Wolf King's blood. At this moment, 3 old men sat in a luxuriously decorated room on the top floor of the spatial battleship. The 3 old men seemed extremely ordinary on the surface. As their presences were concealed, they seemed like mortals. However, their gazes were extremely unusual. From time to time, their indifferent gazes would be as profound as the universe. They were boundless. 3 overgods fighting 3 divine kings. That's extremely rare. I never thought something so interesting would happen on our spatial battleship. A white-robed, ruddy old man chuckled. Beside the white-robed, ruddy old man was a wrinkled old man in plain clothes. He nodded in agreement and sighed emotionally. The 3 overgods we came across so casually are actually so powerful. In particular, the woman's usage of the laws of destruction and the laws of fire has even made old man admire her. And the young man with the sword is extremely outstanding as well. I just don't know what cultivation method he practices. I can sense a sense of brutality that's different from the laws of destruction from the cultivation method. As for the old man, although his battle prowess isn't particularly outstanding, the formations he has cast down are extremely extraordinary. Sigh, it's been so long since I've been outside. Are all the juniors of this generation so outstanding? Not all the juniors of this generation are so outstanding. It's just that a few of them just happen to be together, the red-robed old man said. In the end, a red-robed old man spoke. He was the expert who had repelled Huaiyan for Jianchen outside the spatial battleship and destroyed one of Huaiyan's arms. It's rare to see 3 overgods fight 3 divine king at the same time. Red Devil Mu-He, it'll be a pity if we don't have some fun. Why don't we make a bet? The ruddy old man in white robes chuckled and continued, I think it's called the Swords Wolf Adventurers or something. Out of the 3 god kings, only the Swords Wolf is somewhat presentable. He possesses a sliver of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline. In particular, the last of the 9 bone swords on his back has already condensed a sliver of the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline. Once the power of the bloodline within the last bone sword is unleashed, it can basically kill early god kings in a single strike. Only prodigies can stop it. Why don't we take a gamble and see who will emerge victorious between the Swords Wolf and the kid with the sword? Is there even a need to make a bet? The young man with the sword might be on par with the Swords Wolf, even gaining the upper hand from time to time, but that's only because the Swords Wolf hasn't used the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline. Once he does, the kid with the sword will be half dead even if he doesn't die. Of course, the precondition is that the woman who comprehended the laws of destruction and divine fire and the old man who is setting up the formation don't go and help. Mu-He, who was dressed in plain clothes and had a face full of wrinkles, glared and said angrily. The red-robed Red Devil, who had saved Jianchen from Huaiyan, smiled faintly. He said, since the battle hasn't ended yet, there's naturally no conclusion as to who will emerge victorious. Let's make a bet and see who will emerge victorious. The old man will split up the space the 3 of them are in, so they won't be able to work together against the Swords Wolf. Please place your bets. I'll bet a piece of true gold of Buddha that the Swords Wolf will emerge victorious. I'll also bet on the Swords Wolf's victory with a first-grade god-tier healing pill. The 2 old men placed their bets very quickly and chose the Swords Wolf. The Red Devil smiled faintly. Since you've chosen the Swords Wolf, I obviously can't follow you. I'll choose the young man with the sword. I'll bet on his victory. Chapter 2003. The power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline is very powerful, but there's only a sliver of it condensed from the 9th bone spur of the Sword Wolf. If he uses it well, he can indeed dominate those at the same level of cultivation, but if he doesn't... Hong Mo smiled mysteriously. The powerful senses of his soul had already enveloped the entire arena of life and death. He was paying close attention to the battle between Jianchen and the Sword Wolf. It looks like Hong Mo doesn't have high hopes for the Sword Wolf. If that's the case, let's wait and see. I refuse to believe that the Sword Wolf that has reached the level of the Divine King and possesses the bloodline of the ancient Skywolf will lose to an overgod. In the arena of life and death, Jianchen and the Wolf King's clash became more and more intense. Their figures had already become blurry blurs. They fought so quickly that many overgods struggled to catch sight of them. They could only observe with the senses of their souls. It had to be mentioned that the Wolf King was very powerful. Although Jianchen had already fought against 3 early Divine King, their battle experience was nowhere close to the Wolf King's. Even though the Wolf King was also an early Divine King, as the captain of an adventurers group, the battles and trials of life and death he had experienced were much more abundant than the disciples of many large sections. Coupled with the Wolf King's extraordinary bloodline and magical beast body, he possessed battle prowess greater than most human divine kings. In the end, the battle between Jianchen and the Wolf King became extremely difficult. At this moment, an extremely powerful pulse of energy shook up the arena of life and death. 5 of the 6 remaining bone swords on the Wolf King's back suddenly shone with silver-white light. Every single bone sword possessed extremely active, violent energy, and they stabbed out with lightning speed. Jianchen's eyes narrowed. With a great bellow, he clenched his left hand into a fist and struck out with the power of laws and chaotic force. He blocked one of the bone swords that had shot towards his forehead. Immediately, blood splattered. Jianchen's left hand was reduced to a bloody mess. The bones in his hand had basically been shattered. The remaining 4 bone swords pulsed with energy as they shot over as blurs. They arrived before Jianchen in a single instance. Jianchen did not dodge the remaining 4 bone swords. Determination filled his eyes as he charged forward, directly using his body to endure the damage from the 4 bone swords. The startling rainbow sword in his right hand shone brightly at that moment, shooting towards the Wolf King's head with lightning speed. Jianchen was clearly trying to trade injury for injury. The Wolf King obviously understood what Jianchen was trying to do. Madness in his eyes as well. He made the decision to trade Jianchen's life for life. Spurt, 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 spurt. The Wolf King's 4 bone swords pierced Jianchen's body at basically the same time. The white bone swords that were stained with chaotic blood stabbed out from Jianchen's back. Dark red blood dripped from the bone swords. Each droplet of blood pulsed with powerful energy. However, Jianchen did not even grunt. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth as the startling rainbow sword in his right hand stabbed towards the Wolf King's forehead like a bolt of lightning. Sword chi surged like a rainbow as the sharp tip of the sword arrived before the Wolf King's forehead in a single instance. In that critical moment, the Wolf King tilted his head slightly, dodging Jianchen's fatal strike. As a result, the sword stabbed into his neck instead. The sword chi that was as beautiful as a waterfall almost chopped off the Wolf King's head, leaving only a layer of skin holding it together. It was also at this moment that Jianchen's body suddenly trembled violently. A tearing force suddenly appeared from the 4 bone swords in his body, as if they wanted to rip his body to pieces. Chaotic blood gushed out from his wounds. Jianchen circulated his chaotic force as he pushed the defenses of the chaotic body to the limit. He blocked the tearing force from his bones as he swung the startling rainbow sword at the Wolf King's back. Ding! With a clear sound, the 5 bone swords on the Wolf King's back had all been severed by Jianchen. 8 of the 9 bone swords had been severed. Only 1 remained. Jianchen struck out extremely quickly. After severing the 5 bone swords, the startling rainbow sword turned into a blur again, swinging towards the Wolf King's head. Killing me won't be that easy. Let alone a mere overgod like you, but even if you break through to the level of the Divine King, you won't be able to kill me because I possess the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline. Dying to my bloodline is a great honor for you. At this moment, the Wolf King's voice rang out in Jianchen's head. The voice was filled with extremely intense hatred. Using the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline came at an extremely heavy price. He would be heavily injured. The Wolf King had never thought that he would be forced into such a state by a mere overgod. However, there was nothing he could do. This overgod was just too impressive. He even suspected that even the supreme overgod, who ranked first on the overgod's plaque, would not be able to gain an advantage over this person. With that, a power of destruction so great that it made even Jianchen shiver suddenly appeared. The 9th bone sword on the Wolf King's back suddenly shone with dazzling red light. The terrifying energy slumbering within had suddenly awakened at that moment. Jianchen stared at the 9th bone sword on the Wolf King's back as he became extremely stern. He could sense the presence of death from the 9th bone sword. The power that had awakened from the 9th bone sword made him shiver in fear. However, Jianchen gritted his teeth and continued to move. He continued to stab the Wolf King's head with the startling rainbow sword. As long as the Wolf King's soul was pulverized and his soul was wiped out, he would not be able to use anything no matter how powerful he was. However, just when Jianshan's startling rainbow sword was halfway there, a dazzling red light appeared before his eyes. The light was so powerful that it directly passed through the arena of life and death, dyeing the huge space on the spatial battleship red. A red streak of light shone from the ninth bone sword, directly shooting towards Jianshan. Jianshan's body immediately stiffened. Locked onto by the red light, he felt like he could not move at all. Even when he struggled as hard as he could, even when he circulated his chaotic force madly, he was unable to regain his freedom. The presence of death rapidly approached him. Jianshan. On the other side, Kea had already finished her battle. She had killed an elder of the Divine King from the Sword Wolf adventurers with a sword of laws formed from the laws of destruction. She immediately cried out when she sensed that Jianshan was in danger and charged over as quickly as she could. Master Qianlong had cast down a formation as well, trapping the other elder of the Swords Wolf adventurers. Her face changed slightly when she saw how Jianshan had been immobilized by the red light. She immediately tossed her azure disc over. However, before Kea could approach Jianshan, she seemed to have collided with a spatial barrier and was knocked back. There seemed to be an invisible wall in front of her that separated the ring into two worlds, preventing her from approaching Jianshan. On the other side, Master Qianlong's azure disc collided with the spatial barrier as well. Just like Kea, she was unable to approach Jianshan at all. At this moment, the red light that shot out from the ninth bone sword on the swordwolf's back had almost reached Jianshan's forehead. The situation was extremely dangerous. Chapter 2004. Right at this moment of life and death, an extremely powerful sword chi that was sufficient to shake the heavens and the earth suddenly appeared. It filled the entire space, causing the expressions of all the spectators below the life and death arena to change greatly. Two finger-sized strands of sword chi hovered above Jianshan's head as they shone with dazzling white light. Although the sword chi was small, the presence they gave off was enough to shake up the surroundings. All the overgods felt fear, and even the Divine King would be moved. The kid with the sword is about to die. Like I said, not only is the Swordwolf at the Divine King's level, but it also possesses the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline. The kid with the sword is definitely not its opponent. Hong Mo, you're definitely going to lose this time. At the top of the spatial battleship, the white-robed old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion said with a smile. Although the young man with the sword has lost to a swordwolf, he's still extremely impressive for being able to force a Divine King's level swordwolf into such a state as an overgod. If it weren't for the fact that the swordwolf possessed the bloodline of the ancient Skywolf and could use the power of its bloodline, he definitely wouldn't have been able to defeat the young man. Mu, he sighed gently. His face was filled with pity. Mu-he, why do you seem so melancholy? What's there to sigh about? The saints' world is so large, and there are so many supreme prodigies, but just how many of them can truly stand at the apex? Don't they all die along the way? Who knows how many prodigies have died in the past few years? I've already become numb to it, the white-robed old man said calmly. Then he looked at Hong Mo, and a sliver of excitement appeared in his eyes. He said, Hong Mo, you've lost the bet this time. According to your promise from before, the 2 third-grade god-tier healing pills should— The white-robed old man came to a halt when he reached there. A sliver of surprise appeared on his face, and he could not help but cry out, What sword chi is this? It's actually so powerful. How can such powerful sword chi appear on an overgod? The Red Devil, who was originally expressionless, revealed a faint smile at this time. He muttered to himself, I knew it. A person who can make the heavenly demon religion's vice-hierarch, Huayan, personally pursue him is definitely not as simple as he seems on the surface. Right now, the outcome of the battle has yet to be decided. On the arena of life and death, As soon as the two strands of profound sword chi above Jianshan's head appeared, they shot out like two bolts of lightning. It was as if there was no distance in front of them. In a flash, the two strands of profound sword chi collided with the red light. Boom! With a great sound, Jianshan's two strands of profound sword chi collapsed, vanishing in a single moment. However, the red light from the ninth bone sword on the Wolf King's back was clearly much more powerful than Jianshan's profound sword chi. Although the red light was dispersed as well, only 2/3 of it was dispersed. A third of its power remained, shooting towards Jianshan without slowing down at all. Jianshan had already recovered his mobility from the collision of the profound sword chi and the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline. However, shooting out the two strands of profound sword chi had basically drained all the power of his soul. His body immediately shook a few times, and he almost lost his footing. His feet became wobbly as well. He was unable to dodge the incoming power of the bloodline at all. All he could do was stab the startling rainbow sword into the Wolf King's head as quickly as possible. Spurt! The startling rainbow sword pierced the Wolf King's head, wiping out his soul. Afterwards, due to the force of the stab being too great, the sword pierced through the Wolf King's head and stabbed into the arena of life and death heavily, nailing the Wolf King's head to the ground. Gotcha! A crisp sound rang out from the startling rainbow sword. Dense cracks rapidly spread across the startling rainbow sword, covering the entire sword very soon. In the next moment, the startling rainbow sword directly collapsed, reduced to fragments. The startling rainbow sword was already covered in cracks. After the battle, it finally shattered, ending its mission. At the same time, Jianshan was struck by the remaining power of the bloodline. Blood spurted from his mouth as he was blown far away, slamming into the boundary of the arena of life and death. The spatial barrier that separated Jianshan from Kea, Qianlong, and the others vanished with the Wolf King's death. As soon as the barrier vanished, Kea immediately rushed over to Jianshan. He took out the best healing pill he had on him and fed it to Jianshan. His face was filled with concern. "Don't worry, I'm fine. I won't die," Jianshan said weakly. He endured the pain and struggled to sit up. He then took out a large number of healing pills from his space ring and swallowed them all. At the same time, he circulated his chaotic force to heal. He was extremely heavily injured from the battle against the Wolf King, but fortunately, he had the support of the chaotic body. Otherwise, if it were someone else, they probably would have died long ago. It would have been impossible for them to last until now. Spurt! Suddenly, another mouthful of blood spurted from Jianshan's mouth. His face had already become pale, and he seemed rather haggard. His wounds were not a problem. With the recovery rate of his chaotic body, he would make a full recovery before long. However, Jianshan had never thought that a portion of the red light would remain in his body when it struck him. Even though there was very little of the energy, it was extremely powerful. Even when Jianshan used his chaotic force, he was unable to clear it out. He could only use his chaotic force to temporarily trap the energy, preventing it from destroying his body. Is this the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline that the captain of the Swords Wolf adventurers mentioned? It really is very powerful. With my current cultivation, I really can't do anything about it, Jianshan thought. As soon as he thought about the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline, he felt lingering fear. The power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline was just too powerful. Even when he sent out 2 strands of profound sword chi, he was still at a disadvantage. He only managed to disperse a portion of it and weaken the power of the bloodline. Otherwise, Jianshan believed that he would probably be dead even with his chaotic body if he faced the full power of the bloodline. Arg! With a chilling cry, the last divine king of the Swords Wolf adventurers died to Master Qianlong's killing formation. Now, all the experts of the Swords Wolf adventurers were dead. Only a few gods remained. It was clearly impossible for Jianshan to recover from his wounds in the arena of life and death. After forcefully stabilizing his wounds, He stood up from the ground and walked up to collect the Wolf King's space ring. Afterwards, he arrived before the Wolf King's corpse and stared at the only intact ninth bone sword on its back. He could vaguely sense that the bone sword possessed the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline. The power of the bloodline had not been completely depleted after the Wolf King's attack, so a portion of it remained in the bone sword. After a moment of hesitation, Jianchen stepped on the Wolf King's corpse and gripped the ninth bone sword tightly. With a sudden tug, he directly plucked the bone sword from the Wolf King's corpse. After removing the monster core from the Wolf King's body, he left the arena of life and death. Kea and Master Chanlong accepted the space rings of the other two Divine King Elders before leaving the arena with Jianchen. Out of the three Divine King of the Swords Wolf adventurers, only the captain was a magical beast. As a result, the other two Divine King Elders naturally did not possess monster cores. Only a while after Jianchen, Master Chanlong and Master Chanlong had left did a series of deafening cries erupt from the arena of life and death. At that moment, all the people who had witnessed the battle had gone mad. They were all thrown into an uproar. They had personally witnessed three overgods slay three Divine King Elders in an open battle. To them, this was something that could only happen in legends. It was something that they would never forget. Afterwards, the news of the three overgods slaying the three Divine King Elders in the arena of life and death spread across the entire spatial battleship very quickly, causing a great uproar. Jianchen, Kea, and Chanlong, who had caused this uproar, had openly taken over the high-class cabins that originally belonged to the three Divine King Elders of the Swordswolf adventurers. Afterwards, they remained in their rooms to heal. The three of them were injured to varying degrees in this battle. In particular, Jianchen was the most heavily injured out of the three of them because he had fought against the strongest member of the Swordswolf adventurers, the Swordswolf adventurers. Jianchen currently sat on his jade bed in the luxurious room of the high-class cabin. His brows were tightly furrowed. He had tried to use his chaotic force to purge the remnant bloodline of the ancient Skywolf in his body more than once, but to his frustration, the bloodline was extremely tough. Even when he used all the chaotic force within him, he was unable to weaken the power of the bloodline at all. If the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline continued to linger in his body, the bloodline power of the ancient Skywolf would wreak havoc in his body once the chaotic force was no longer able to restrain it. Chapter 2005. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since the battle in the arena of life and death. During those 3 days, Jianchen had completely recovered from his wounds thanks to the unimaginable healing abilities of the chaotic body. Only the sliver of power from the ancient Skywolf's bloodline remained. He was unable to purge it at all. He could only let it remain in his body and use a portion of his chaotic force to suppress it. Afterwards, Jianchen took out the Wolf King's space ring and immediately sent the senses of his soul into it. The Wolf King's space ring was filled to the brim with various items. Aside from a large number of divine crystals and pills, there were also various materials for forging artifacts and heavenly resources for refining pills. The space ring contained all the wealth of a divine king. Although it was nowhere close to the wealth of the commander of the 9th Army of the Heavenly Demon Religion, it was still quite a large sum to Jianchen. This is cloud-curling rock. There's actually 5 elemental essence as well. At this moment, Jianchen's eyes lit up. He immediately became excited. He had discovered 2 more materials for forging the azulate swords in the Wolf King's space ring. Without any hesitation, he immediately stowed away the cloud sweep rock and the metal essence of 5 elements. The materials needed to forge the twin swords are becoming fewer and fewer. However, when I was collecting the materials, I could only move about within the divine kingdom of Pingtian due to the limitations of my strength. As a result, collecting them was naturally difficult. But now that my strength has increased, the level of contact I can make has gradually increased as well. I believe the remaining materials will become easier to collect, Jianchen thought. He was filled with eagerness, eagerly anticipating the day when he could forge the azulate swords again. The startling rainbow sword has already shattered. I need to find a suitable flying sword as soon as possible, or my battle prowess will be greatly affected. Jianchen got off the jade bed and made his way out of the room. Kea and Chanlong lived next door to him. As soon as he opened the door, Jianchen discovered a black-clothed man standing outside emotionlessly. His clothes were embroidered with the image of a spatial battleship. Jianchen learnt the man's identity when he saw the image on his clothes. He had learnt from Master Chanlong that all the people who wore clothes like this were the enforcers of the spatial battleship. Jianchen was rather surprised that the enforcer of the spatial battleship was standing outside his room. "Sir, the Elder invites you in." The enforcer of the spatial battleship spoke. He remained emotionless and spoke stiffly, giving off an extremely cold feeling. Jianchen hesitated slightly before nodding. "Let me visit a friend first, and then I'll go over." Jianchen was not surprised by the Elder's summons. At the same time, he was unable to turn him down. The outer space of the Saint's world was not as peaceful as it seemed on the surface. It was even more dangerous than land. As spatial battleships flew through outer space, they would come across various dangers from time to time. Even when the spatial battleships were covered in powerful formations, they were unable to ensure their safety. As a result, there would be experts accompanying every spatial battleship. They would protect the spatial battleship as it flew through outer space. They were supreme existences within the spatial battleship. They were respected as elders, and they were in charge of everything within the spatial battleship. Afterwards, Jianchen went to Kea and Chanlong's rooms. After learning that their wounds were no longer a problem, he followed the enforcer to the top floor of the spatial battleship. As he made his way to the top floor, Jianchen could not help but think of Master Chanlong. Jianchen had no idea how to define Master Chanlong. The two of them were not exactly friends. Strictly speaking, they had once been enemies. However, due to the presence of Kea, the relationship between Jianchen and Master Chanlong had become extremely strange. Their original hostility had silently changed as well. The grievances between the two of them seemed to vanish unknowingly. Moreover, he had only managed to board the spatial battleship because of Chanlong's assistance when he was hunted down by Huaiyan. Even though he knew that Master Chanlong's main objective was to save Kea, he had also used this opportunity to break free from Huaiyan's pursuit. As a result, he felt like he owed Chanlong a favor. "We're here. The elders are inside. You can go in by yourself." At this moment, the enforcer's voice rang out in Jianchen's head. Unknowingly, he had already arrived at the top floor of the spatial battleship. Jianchen clasped his fist at the enforcer before directly pushing open the door. As soon as he entered, he discovered 3 old men seated there. As the 3 old men had concealed their presences, they were just 3 ordinary old men in Jianchen's eyes. However, Jianchen knew that the 3 old men before him were peak experts who had reached the primordial realm. However, when Jianchen saw the red-robed old man, his eyes immediately narrowed. Vaguely, he seemed to remember that Huaiyan had attacked him several times when he was about to board the spatial battleship. Fortunately, a red-robed old man had appeared at the crucial moment and stopped Huaiyan, allowing him and Kea to board the spatial battleship successfully. Jianchen immediately understood that the red-robed old man was the expert who had stopped Huaiyan in the imperial capital of the Blood Sun Empire. He immediately clasped his fist and bowed. "Junior Jianchen thanks Senior for saving my life." Hong Mo smiled faintly. "You don't need to thank me. I didn't intervene to save you. Instead, it was because the old man was the protector of the spatial battleship, so he naturally wouldn't let anyone on board be harmed. Otherwise, the old man would lose face." Hong Mo paused when he reached there. He studied Jianchen seriously and praised, "Jianchen, you're very impressive. You're extremely outstanding. You've actually defeated a divine king swordwolf as a late overgod." Moreover, it was a sword wolf that possessed a sliver of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline. The sword wolf possessed the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline. There were very few people who were his opponent at the same level of cultivation. Once he used the power of his bloodline, even mid-divine kings had a very high chance of dying, let alone early divine kings. However, you actually survived. This was something that the old man never expected. Jianchen could not help but feel even more curious about the ancient Skywolf after hearing about the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline again. He asked, "Senior, is the ancient Skywolf very powerful?" Obviously. The bloodline of the ancient Skywolf is equivalent to the war god of the God Clan. It's only slightly weaker than the war god of the God Clan. The ancient Skywolf was once one of the grand exalts of our saint's world, so do you think it's powerful or not? If it weren't for the fact that the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline was extremely thin, it would have been impossible for you to survive until now. The white-robed, ruddy old man glared at Jianchen as he spoke. There was some undisguised anger on his face. Jianchen had caused him to lose an extremely precious material. It was the main material for forging God artifact. He had collected it after great difficulty, yet he had lost it to Hong Mo in the bet earlier. Jianchen was stunned. He was greatly surprised. He had never thought that the ancient Skywolf would actually be a grand exalt of the saint's world. Chapter 2006. The white-robed old man paused before continuing. Above the divine king is the primordial realm. I think you know that as well. The primordial realm is split into 3 great realms. The 3 great realms are the first, infinite prime, the second, chaotic prime, and the third, grand prime. Grand prime is the end of the primordial realm. It's the final level of cultivation. At the same time, it's the existence that stands at the apex of the saint's world. However, grand prime is a major realm of cultivation, so there are naturally differences in strength between grand primes. They're split into the first heavenly layer to the 9th heavenly layer. The first heavenly layer to the 3rd heavenly layer are early grand primes, the 4th heavenly layer to the 6th heavenly layer are mid-grand primes, and the 7th heavenly layer to the 9th heavenly layer are late grand primes. Across the 49 great planes and 81 great planets of the saint's world, there are quite a few grand primes, but basically all of them are grand primes from the 1st heavenly layer to the 6th heavenly layer. In other words, they're early and mid-grand primes. There are extremely few late grand primes. As a matter of fact, many great planes and planets don't even have late grand primes. Let alone late grand primes, they don't even have mid-grand primes. Logically speaking, the 9th heavenly layer of late grand prime is the limit of the primordial realm, but in reality, the 9th heavenly layer of grand prime is not the limit of the path of cultivation. Some prodigies with unprecedented talent can completely comprehend the endless mysteries of the universe, allowing them to comprehend laws to the limit. As a result, they can take a step further from the 9th heavenly layer of grand prime and reach a higher level of cultivation. Although this level is still grand prime, people who reach this level of cultivation are unimaginably powerful. They're basically above the laws, like they've become the laws of the world. It's extremely terrifying. In order to show enough respect to these experts who have reached this level of cultivation, and at the same time, to highlight them even more, these experts are given the title of Grand Exalt. In the entire Saints world, there are only a handful of people who can be given the title of Grand Exalt. As for the ancient Skywolf, he was a supreme expert who obtained the title of Grand Exalt. With that, the old man looked at Jianchen and said, "You should know how powerful the ancient Skywolf is now, right?" Jianchen had gained some understanding of Grand Exalts from the sword spirits. However, the old man believed that it was impossible for Jianchen, who was only an overgod, to come into contact with such matters. However, Jianchen still became slightly doubtful when he heard the old man's explanation. He could not help but think about what he had gone through in the Anata Grand Prime's residence in the lower world. He could not help but ask, Senior, I once heard that there are 100 layers to the laws, and the 100th layer is the limit. As long as you comprehend the 100th layer, you'll become a grand exalt. A gleam of light flashed through the eyes of the three seated old men when they heard that. They glanced at Jianchen deeply, and the old man said rather in surprise, I never thought you would actually know about such ancient information. That's right, there are indeed 100 layers to the laws, but this distinction is extremely ancient, so ancient that even old man has only heard about it in legends. However, no matter how it is divided, it's just a different name. There's not much of a difference in reality. That's right. For example, the immortals world that stands against us has a completely different name for each cultivation level compared to our saints' world, but the laws they comprehend are the same as our saints' world. It's still the 3,000 ways of the universe, said the old man in red robes. Jianchen's mind shuddered when he heard the immortals world. He naturally became vigilant from the depths of his heart, and he hid the twin swords deeply. Fortunately, he was no longer the same as before. As a result, unless the three primordial realm experts personally investigated his body, it would be impossible for them to discover the existence of the twin swords. Moreover, as his strength increased in the future, his ability to hide the twin swords would become better and better as well. Jianchen, can you let me take a look at the Swordwolf's bone sword? The old man looked at Jianchen indifferently. Of course, Jianchen agreed without any hesitation. He immediately took out the bone sword from his space ring. The old man studied the bone sword for a while before sighing gently. He said in pity, although it possesses a sliver of the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline, it's just too thin. If the power of the bloodline was a little denser, old man might have spent a great deal of money to purchase this bone sword from you. The red-robed old man returned the bone sword to Jianchen and said regretfully, there really isn't much value in collecting this bone sword. The power of the bloodline within it is useless to us. Jianchen was speechless when he heard the old man's words. The bone sword possessed a sliver of the power of the Grand Exalt's bloodline, so it should have been a priceless item in his eyes. However, it was not even worth collecting to the old man. It was not just the red-robed old man. He discovered that the two other primordial realm experts treated the bone sword with indifference as well, as if it really was nothing valuable. The power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline is extremely special. It can't be absorbed at all. Even if we give it to the Wolf clan, it's useless to them because the power of the bloodline is naturally condensed. It's a natural item. Perhaps the old man saw through Jianchen's doubts, so he explained. Jianchen came to a realization when he heard that. He could not help but think of the white tiger. In the past, when the ruler of the beast god continent wanted to steal the bloodline of the white tiger, he could only take over the white tiger's body through possession. He did not use any other methods. This was because the power of the bloodline was indeed very difficult to steal. Apart from possession, there were basically no other methods. Afterwards, the three old men asked Jianchen a few more questions. They were just asking about his master, his background, and so on. Jianchen had already thought of an excuse to answer the three old men's questions. He used Fairy Haoyue and made up some lies to fool them. The three old men did not make things difficult for Jianchen. After understanding Jianchen's basic situation, they let Jianchen leave. Hong Emo, what do you think of this child? Mu He looked at Hong Emo and asked after Jianchen had left. Hong Emo nodded. This child is pretty good. He can kill the Divine King as a late overgod. Once he becomes a Divine King in the future, he'll definitely be an expert who stands above the Divine King. However, it's just that his cultivation is a little too lacking. If he becomes a Divine King, we can place great hopes on him. The Neptunian Divine Palace opened once every 10,000 years. Looking at the time, it should be opening soon. That's the battlefield of the Divine King. Even if he enters as an overgod, he'll only be able to barely protect himself. We obtained this Neptunian medallion after so much difficulty, so we can't waste it like this. Let's give up on the Poseidon Palace this time and wait for the next 10,000 years. If Jianshan doesn't die, he'll definitely become a divine king in 10,000 years. At that time, we can give him the Neptunian medallion and get him to retrieve what's inside for us. During this time, I'll send people to investigate Jianshan's background and identity. I want to see if he's telling the truth and if he's worthy of our trust. Jianshan sat on the jade bed in the high-class cabin of the spatial battleship. He studied the 9th bone sword that contained a sliver of the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline. He extended the senses of his soul into the bone sword to check the sliver of ancient Skywolf's bloodline. He wanted to see if he could use the bone spear to dissolve the power of the bloodline that remained in his body. As the senses of Jianshan's soul rapidly penetrated the bone sword, he gradually saw the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline within the bone spur. It was only a thumb-sized red mist. Perhaps because the power of the bloodline was just too thin, it had not even condensed into a liquid. Even though it was very thin, its power was undeniable. Jianshan could clearly sense a desolate, ancient presence from the power of the bloodline. It also seemed to possess the wildness and unruliness of a wild beast. However, at this moment, Jianshan's face changed slightly. The power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline that he suppressed actually began to surge violently at that moment, as if it wanted to break free from Jianshan's suppression. With a thought, Jianshan immediately controlled the chaotic force to increase the suppression, firmly suppressing the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline. Chapter 2007. The power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline within the bone sword moved extremely quickly. Even though Jianshan had already sensed its movement, he was unable to stop it in time. In a single moment, the power of the bloodline had entered Jianshan's body through his hands. Jianshan's heart suddenly sank. Without any hesitation, he immediately controlled his chaotic force to stop the power of the bloodline. Boom! Even though there was only a sliver of the power of the bloodline, the power within it could not be underestimated. When the two powers collided, they immediately erupted with a boom. Spurt! Jianshan vomited blood as his body trembled violently. The two powers collided within him, turning his body into a battlefield. He was quite injured as blood oozed out of his pores. If it were not for the fact that he cultivated the chaotic body and possessed an extremely tough body, the collision of the two powers probably would have been enough to shatter his body to pieces. The two powers of the bloodlines rapidly approached each other in Jianshan's body. They collided with Jianshan's chaotic force from the inside and the outside as if they wanted to fuse together. Suppressing one of the powers of the bloodlines took up most of Jianshan's strength. Now that the two powers of the bloodlines were attacking him from the inside and the outside, the pressure on Jianshan was not as simple as 1+1. As a result, Jianshan only lasted for a few seconds before a gap appeared in the chaotic force, allowing the two powers of the bloodlines to completely fuse together in his body. Jianshan cursed inside. Just a single power of the bloodline was enough to render him helpless. Now that the two powers of the bloodline had fused together and become even more powerful, his heart sank to rock bottom. Before Jianshan could think too much, a desolate and ancient presence suddenly appeared. After the two powers of the bloodlines of the ancient Skywolf fused together, they seemed to become a single entity. They radiated with a vast presence that shocked even Jianshan. Just a rough sense of the presence gave Jianshan an extremely ancient and distant feeling. It seemed to have existed for countless years, as deep as the vast cosmos. Jianshan was brought into an extremely ancient time under the influence of the presence. In a daze, he seemed to see an ancient Skywolf whose body alone filled up half the space there. It stood on the celestial bodies as it radiated with a terrifying presence that struck fear into the world. It raised its head and let out a long, high-pitched howl. Under its howl, space distorted and time vanished. Even the laws of the world fell into disarray. Spurt! Jianshan vomited blood again. His soul shook violently as the blurry image appeared in his head, creating a huge image in his soul. In particular, the pressure from the ancient skywolf made Jianshan feel like his soul was about to collapse. At the same time, the power of the bloodline that had fused with Jianshan shook violently. It rampaged through his body restlessly, filled with destructive power. Jianshan gritted his teeth and guarded his mind. He tried his best to cut off the influence of the desolate presence on his soul. He controlled all the chaotic force to suppress the power of the ancient skywolf's bloodline. He even used the laws of the Way of the Sword, combining them with the chaotic force to suppress the bloodline power. However, this was still not enough. After all, the two powers of the bloodline had become even more powerful after fusing. Even though it was very thin, it possessed an absolute advantage in terms of level. At the very least, it was several levels more powerful than Jianshan's half-baked chaotic force. "Master, we're here to lend you a hand." At this moment, the voices of the sword spirits rang out in Jianshan's head. Afterwards, origin energy that belonged to the sword spirits appeared in Jianshan's body. It moved through Jianshan's body extremely slowly and carefully, joining in the suppression of the power of the ancient skywolf's bloodline. In the past few years, the sword spirits had always been slumbering in order to recover their vitality. They rarely woke up. However, it had to be mentioned that ever since Jianshan had come to the Saints' World, the sword spirits had indeed recovered much faster than on the Tian Yuan continent. They had recovered some of their vitality now. Even though they were still far from their peak condition, they were able to assist Jianshan somewhat. However, their identities were just too special, so they could only hide themselves deep within Jianshan's body. They dared not show themselves in the Saints' World. Even when assisting Jianshan in suppressing the ancient skywolf's bloodline, they were extremely careful. They concealed all of their presence, not letting it leak out at all. After sensing the power of the sword spirits, the power of the ancient skywolf's bloodline suddenly shuddered. It seemed to sense a great sense of danger, so it immediately fell silent. It was filled with caution and vigilance. The power of the ancient skywolf's bloodline was indeed at an extremely high level, but the sword spirits were on an even higher level. This was because the sword spirits were split into yin and yang from chaos. They were spirits condensed from a strand of yin and yang qi. They were truly undying and everlasting. Back then, the fusion of the twin swords had failed. Even their old master, who had reached Grand Exalt and truly possessed the ability to reach the heavens, had died because of it. However, the sword spirits had survived. Of course, they had paid a heavy price as well. Finally, with the assistance of the sword spirits, the power of the ancient skywolf's bloodline was finally suppressed by Jianshan. However, Jianshan was unable to rejoice. Not only did he use all of his chaotic force to suppress it, but he even used the power of the laws of the sword. He had basically done everything he could. He was unable to move about in the outside world with the current situation. At this moment, Jianshan's mind was affected once again. The desolate and ancient presence from the power of the bloodline made him feel like he was seeing the skywolf that filled up half the sky and stood on the stars, howling at the sky. Jianshan's soul trembled violently once again. The indescribably terrifying pressure from the ancient skywolf deeply shocked his soul, making him feel like his soul was about to collapse once again. This time, Jianshan was clearly able to last a little longer when he observed the might of the ancient skywolf, because the power of the bloodline was no longer wreaking havoc in his body. However, he only lasted for half a cup of tea's worth of time before he felt a strong sense of dizziness, forcing Jianshan out of the state. In that short amount of time, the power of Jianshan's soul that he had just recovered was completely depleted once again. Intense dizziness accompanied by a splitting headache made Jianshan tempted to immediately fall asleep. Jianshan immediately took out several soul recovery pills and ingested them. Fortunately, he had purchased quite a few soul recovery pills in the imperial capital of the Xiandao dynasty. Coupled with the fact that he still had some in the Wolf King's space ring, he had quite a lot of them on him right now. Chapter 2008. This droplet of power from the ancient Skywolf's bloodline can actually help me condense my soul. Not only has my soul become more condensed, but it's also become more powerful? Jianchen was extremely surprised. This discovery was definitely a pleasant surprise for him. Jianchen swallowed several soul recovery pills in excitement, recovering the power of his soul as quickly as possible. The soul recovery pills recovered the power of the soul extremely quickly. A while later, the power of Jianchen's soul had fully recovered. Without any hesitation, he immediately repeated his actions from before, comprehending the image of the ancient Skywolf from the droplet of power from the bloodline again. Immediately, the scene from before appeared in Jianchen's head again. Jianchen had no idea why the desolate and ancient presence from the droplet of power from the bloodline would allow him to comprehend something like this. He only knew that the existence of the droplet of power from the ancient Skywolf's bloodline would increase his strength. It was still the same familiar sight. It was still the colossal, majestic Skywolf that stood in the air, radiating with an extremely terrifying presence. Jianchen's soul was heavily impacted once again. At that moment, he felt like he was a lone boat in a turbulent sea, about to capsize and drown at any time. He even felt like his soul was about to collapse. With the lesson from before, Jianchen guarded his mind and carefully observed his soul this time. Very soon, he discovered to his surprise that the power of his soul was rapidly depleted under the pressure, but his soul was indeed slowly growing, becoming stronger and stronger. The power of the soul can actually be strengthened like this? No, my soul hasn't strengthened because of the pressure. Instead, the desolate and ancient presence from the droplet of power from the ancient Skywolf's bloodline is fusing with my soul. The reason why my soul has strengthened is because of this presence. Jianchen discovered the secret to the strengthening of his soul very soon. This made him frown, and he immediately checked if there were any hidden problems after absorbing the desolate and ancient presence. However, Jianchen's heart suddenly sank when he checked. There was a strand of red energy filled with an evil presence in his soul. This was the remnant energy from the crisis of the world he had devoured back on the Tianyuan continent. It had already fused with his soul. At this moment, he discovered that instead of him absorbing the desolate presence from the ancient Skywolf's bloodline, it was more accurate to say that the evil power was absorbing the presence. However, because his Yuan spirit had fused with the evil force, his Yuan spirit also benefited when the evil force absorbed the desolate presence of the bloodline power. So it's actually because of you that my soul has strengthened, Jianchen thought. Jianchen fell silent. He had no idea whether he should continue absorbing the energy to strengthen his soul or stop immediately. His soul contained a sliver of the vengeful spirit's power. It was filled with far too many uncertainties. It had even interfered with his soul in the past, causing him to lose his mind and descend into madness. His strength had increased extremely rapidly in the past few years, so he could suppress the vengeful spirit's power the entire time, preventing the evil power from affecting him for a very long period of time. However, once the vengeful spirit's power strengthened, it would not be so easy to suppress it anymore. Unless he could maintain his absolute advantage over the vengeful spirit. As Jianchen hesitated, the scene of Huaiyan hunting him down appeared in his head once again. He suddenly clenched his teeth and made a firm decision. He began to absorb the presence from the ancient Skywolf's bloodline. Afterwards, Jianchen began a long period of secluded cultivation. Through the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline, his soul basically grew every day. However, as his soul strengthened, the number of soul recovery pills he needed to recover the power of his soul gradually increased as well. In just half a month, Jianchen had used up all the soul recovery pills on him. Without the help of the soul recovery pills, it would take him an extremely long time to recover the power of his soul once it was completely depleted. However, Jianshan had no intentions of stopping. He called Kea over and gave Kea a large number of supreme-grade divine crystals. He began to purchase soul recovery pills, as well as all the heavenly resources that could recover the power of the soul on the spatial battleship before continuing his seclusion. In the blink of an eye, Jianshan had already been in seclusion for 2 months. During those 2 months, Jianshan had used up countless soul recovery pills. Basically all the soul recovery pills and heavenly resources that could be purchased on the spatial battleship had been purchased by Jianshan, which directly caused the price of the soul recovery pills to skyrocket. After 2 months of seclusion, Jianshan's soul finally broke through to Overgod as well. He had formally reached the level of a divine king. Even though he was only an early divine king, he had reached the peak of early divine king. He was only a step away from mid-divine king. Of course, this was only the power of his soul that had increased. His chaotic force and comprehension of the laws of the sword remained at late Overgod. However, it also left behind some hidden dangers. The sliver of evil power in his Yuan spirit had strengthened as well. The desolate and ancient presence from the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline had become extremely weak now. However, Jianshan still did not end his seclusion. In his mind, he experienced a scene that had already been repeated countless times. It was the scene of the ancient Skywolf standing on the celestial bodies and howling at the sky. After observing it for 2 whole months, the scene had become like a branded into the depths of Jianshan's soul. It was difficult to erase. Many times, Jianshan would even have the misconception that he had become the ancient Skywolf, stepping on the celestial bodies and producing a howl that caused space to tremble. As he absorbed more and more of the desolate and ancient presence from the power of the bloodline, the misconception became more and more intense. It occurred more and more frequently. In the end, Jianshan actually felt like he could not help but imitate the ancient Skywolf and howl. Awo! Suddenly, Jianshan actually howled at the sky. It was actually the same as the wolf's howl. Jianshan had not done this intentionally. Instead, the image of the ancient Skywolf had impacted his soul time and time again over the past 2 months. It had affected him far too much, causing him to subconsciously think of himself as the ancient Skywolf. As a result, he naturally howled. However, when Jianshan howled, there was actually a terrifying pressure that stopped the flow of origin energy and caused space to freeze. Rings of visible sound waves expanded in all directions. Wherever they passed, all the decorations and tools in the cabin were reduced to ashes in a single moment. The entire cabin shook violently. If it were not for the protection of formations, the upper cabin that Jianshan resided in probably would have been pulverized by the sound waves. Jianshan opened his eyes. Confusion filled his eyes at first before his eyes suddenly narrowed. At this moment, he suddenly realized what he had done unintentionally, which shocked him greatly. He looked around and found that in this first-class cabin, apart from the jade bed that was protected by the formation and this room that was intact, all the furnishings in the room had been reduced to ashes. Moreover, what caused him to feel even more disbelief was that the dense origin energy in the high-class cabin had actually completely dissipated at this moment. Not a single trace of it remained. Could it be that this origin energy was shattered by the wolf's howl that I unintentionally let out just now? How is this possible? But if that's really the case, just how powerful was the wolf's howl earlier? Jianshan's heart churned. He could not remain calm at all. However, in the next moment, he felt a great sense of weakness. Jianshan immediately checked his body and discovered that the remaining power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline had basically been completely depleted. His own energy was constantly channeled into the bloodline of the ancient Skywolf, being converted into new bloodline power to replenish the depletion of the bloodline power. What's going on? Jianshan was completely confused. He was very confused by what had just happened. He seemed to be able to use the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline now. However, Didn't the three elders at the very top of the spatial battleship say that the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline could not be absorbed? Even if he gave it to the Wolf clan, it would be useless to them because it was a natural item. It could not be used after birth. However, how was he able to use the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline now? Chapter 2009. Jianshan was not the only one who was surprised. The sword spirits were surprised as well. How is this possible? Master has actually comprehended the ancient Skywolf's ability through such a thin strand of bloodline power? Master is a human. This is impossible, Jianing cried out in amazement. The power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline had completely calmed down. Not only was it unable to harm Jianshan, but it had even become a source of energy that Jianshan could use. As a result, there was no need for them to continue suppressing it. Ziying, don't forget that Master's existence is not permitted by the world. He's been listed as a taboo. That's impossible in itself, yet Master still appeared. I think Master's existence is to make the impossible possible, Qing Suo explained. Ziying nodded in agreement. I do feel that it does make some sense if what you've said is true. However, I think that since Master's existence is not permitted by the world, it definitely isn't as simple as it seems on the surface. There must be an even greater secret behind this, or it would be impossible for him to be listed as a taboo. It's just a pity that although we're born in the universe and can sometimes understand things that even grand exalts who have comprehended the way of divination are unable to divine, we can only understand the tip of the iceberg. As a result, we don't know what secrets Master is hiding, such that even the world forbids him from appearing. Master is still very weak right now. He's not even a 9 heavenly Xian immortal, so he obviously can't alarm this universe. However, once Master's strength increases and reaches a level where he can make this universe take him seriously or influence this universe, it's extremely likely that Master will be mercilessly wiped out by the ways of the world, Ziying said sternly towards the end. Qing Suo's heart sank when he heard that. He said sternly, the merciless wiping out of the ways of the world is extremely rare. Ever since we were born, we've never heard of anyone surviving the wiping out of the ways of the world. The only way to resist the wiping out of the ways of the world is to reach Master's level of cultivation. Ziying sighed. Reaching Master's level of cultivation is easier said than done. Master is one of the 5 grand exalts of the immortals world. He has reached the limits of immortal exalt. Even people with unprecedented talent may not be able to become a grand exalt. Moreover, Master cultivates the chaotic body. Over the countless years, there have been many people who have cultivated the chaotic body, including some supreme prodigies with extraordinary talent. However, no one has ever been able to cultivate the chaotic body to the level of immortal exalt. Ziying paused there before continuing. However, Master's existence is not permitted by the world. I believe Master will definitely be able to create a miracle. I hope Master can become the first person to cultivate the chaotic body to the level of immortal exalts and reach the legendary great perfection of the chaotic body. Otherwise, Master will never be able to escape the merciless wiping out of the ways of the world. Ziying and Qing Suo communicated secretly. Jianshan had no idea what they were talking about. At this moment, Jianshan carefully observed the situation within his body. Most of his attention was focused on the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline. At this moment, the dim power of the bloodline was constantly absorbing Jianshan's energy to recover. Finally, half a day later, the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline within Jianshan reached saturation. It stopped absorbing Jianshan's energy, and the tiny power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline was filled with great power once again. Jianshan grumbled inside as he sensed the sliver of connection he had with the power of the bloodline and the sense of weakness from his body. He really had no idea whether it was a blessing or a curse for him to obtain the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline. This was because the amount of energy the power of the bloodline had absorbed in half a day would take him an entire year to recover. Moreover, this was due to the great recovery abilities of the chaotic body. If it were someone else, they probably would not have been able to recover even after several decades or even centuries. Afterwards, Jian Chun checked the strand of evil energy that belonged to the vengeful spirit in his soul. Before this, the strand of evil energy was still very weak. With his current strength, he could easily suppress it. Even if the power of his soul ran out, the evil energy would struggle to affect his mind. After all, his strength had increased at an extremely rapid rate after coming to the saint's world. He was no longer the puny little god he was when he fought against the ancestor of the Liu family. The difference between him and the evil energy naturally grew larger and larger. But now, after absorbing the presence of the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline, the evil energy's benefits completely exceeded his. Even though the power of his soul had reached the level of early Divine King, the difference between him and the evil energy rapidly shrank. Jianchen sighed gently. He really was helpless against the evil energy in his soul right now. The only thing he could do was increase his strength as quickly as possible. After calming himself down, Jianchen made his way out of the room. As soon as he arrived at the corridor outside, he discovered Kea walking towards him in a faint blue dress. Kea was clearly surprised when she saw Jianchen. She then smiled faintly. Jianchen, you've emerged from seclusion? I can feel that your soul has become even more powerful than before. Looks like you've benefited quite a lot from your seclusion this time. Kea, you can sense that my soul has become stronger? Jianchen asked in surprise. He had already concealed his presence, so he seemed like he had returned to his original state. He did not use the senses of his soul at all, yet Kea could actually sense that his soul had become stronger, which surprised Jianchen very much. Let alone Kea, who was an overgod, even many divine kings would not necessarily be able to see through his current state. Yeah, it's not just you. I've discovered that I can clearly sense the strength of many divine kings who have concealed their presences. I can even tell whether they're weak or not, said Kea. Jianchen stared at Kea deeply. The various inexplicable things that had happened to Kea had made Jianchen sink into his thoughts more than once. He really did not understand why Kea had changed so drastically after awakening. She was still the same person as before. The only difference was that her abilities had undergone an earth-shattering change compared to before. Jianchen did not believe that all of this was because Kea had ingested a large number of heavenly resources while she was unconscious, as the heavenly resources he had given Kea were nowhere near as effective as this. Kea arrived before Jianchen and said, Jianchen, there's going to be a large-scale exchange on the spatial battleship. Although it's called an exchange, it's actually an exchange of treasures between cultivators. It's said that the comprehension of the laws of the sword from primordial realm experts will appear during the exchange. I think it should be of some help to you. What? The comprehension of the laws of the sword from primordial realm experts? Jianchen's eyes immediately lit up. He had already found the cultivation resources he needed to reach the 12th layer of chaotic force. The only thing he lacked was comprehension of laws. Chapter 2010. Jianchen desired the 12th layer of the chaotic body. The desire was so great that it was like a prairie fire that burned brighter and brighter in his heart. The 12th layer of the chaotic body corresponded to the divine king of the saint's world. If he had reached the 12th layer of the chaotic body when Huaiyan hunted him down on the cloud plain, he would have been able to put up some resistance at the very least, even if he still would not have been Huaiyan's opponent. As a matter of fact, he would have been able to put up a fight against the 3 late divine king protectors of the heavenly demon religion. Kea, when will the gathering be held? Jianchen asked. He had to obtain the comprehension of the laws of the sword left behind by a primordial realm expert. Although it might not allow his comprehension of the laws of the sword to reach the major achievement of sword spirit, it was still an opportunity. Kea smiled faintly when he saw how concerned Jianchen was. He said, "There's still 24 hours until the gathering begins." 24 hours? That's soon. Let's go right now, Jianchen said softly before making his way to the gathering with Kea. Originally, they wanted to call Master Chanlong with them, but ever since Master Chanlong's battle against a Divine King Elder from the Swords Wolf Adventurers, he had been in seclusion to heal. He still had not emerged even now. The gathering was set up in a huge cabin on the spatial battleship. It was around 500 meters in length and width, so it was enough to hold over 10,000 people. Although the gathering had not begun yet, over 1,000 people had already gathered there. They chatted with one another as they waited for the gathering to begin. At the same time, a few cultivators had set up carpets there, selling various items. There was a dazzling array of items as far as the eye could see. There was no lack of precious items. Jianchen arrived there under Kea's lead. He glanced around casually and discovered that basically all the people gathered there were gods and overgods. There were Divine King experts, but he only recognized 2 of them. There were indeed only a handful of Divine King experts in a place like the Divine Kingdom of Pingtian, but they were relatively common on the spatial battleships that traversed planes. "Master, there's sky-connecting mystic dragon rock here. It's 100 meters in front of you." Suddenly, the sword spirit's voices rang out in Jianchen's head. Jianchen's eyes lit up when he heard that. He knew about the sky-connecting mystic dragon rock. It was one of the materials for forging the azulate sword. He immediately led Kea forward. When Jianchen found the sky-connecting mystic dragon rock, he discovered that the supreme-grade material had been placed on a stall by an old woman. There were 7 or 8 items scattered on the stall. They were all materials, and there were 3 or 4 pieces of supreme grade. As for this old woman, she appeared to be very ordinary. Her long gray hair had already withered. She gave off the feeling that she was an old woman who was about to enter her old age and was about to enter her grave. "Senior, how much is this material?" Jianchen pointed at the sky-connecting mystic dragon rock and asked indifferently. "Supreme-grade material for 10 blocks of high-grade divine crystal." The old woman sat on the ground and said with her eyes closed. Her voice was weak. Jianchen frowned. 10 blocks of high-grade divine crystal was an astronomical price. After all, the supreme-grade material he had auctioned off in the divine kingdom of Pingtian was only worth a few 100,000 high-grade divine crystals. It was not even worth a block. However, after a short moment of hesitation, Jianchen bought the sky-connecting mystic dragon rock for 10 blocks of high-grade divine crystal without any hesitation. It was not easy to gather the materials needed to forge the azulate swords, so he would never miss out on it as soon as he came across it. Moreover, he no longer lacked 10 blocks of high-grade divine crystal. "Jianchen, this old woman is very powerful." When Jianchen left the old woman's stall with the sky-connecting mystic dragon rock, Kea's message rang out in his head. "Yeah. Even I can't sense her presence at all. She must be a Divine King expert," Jianchen nodded. Kea became rather stern. He glanced in the old woman's direction from the corner of his eye and said, "No, I don't think this old woman is a Divine King expert. She gives me a feeling that she's even more terrifying than the Divine King. She's just extremely heavily injured, so she's extremely weak." Jianchen immediately froze when he heard that, but he recovered in a single moment. The old woman's figure appeared in his head again, and he was secretly surprised. Afterwards, Jianchen continued to wander around. He went to every stall, but to his disappointment, he did not come across any materials for forging the azulate swords. In the blink of an eye, 24 hours passed. The gathering officially began. What was a gathering? It was obviously a gathering for cultivators to interact and share their thoughts and experiences on cultivation. There would also be the exchange of treasures. Jianchen did not participate in the exchange of cultivation. He directly went to the treasure exchange area. This time, He had specially come for the comprehension of the laws of the sword that the primordial realm expert had left behind. The exchange of treasures in the gathering was different from auctions. At auctions, the highest bidder would obtain the treasures, while the exchange between cultivators would be for what they needed. This is a supreme quality defensive treasure, the 100 Paths armor. I believe everyone knows the value of supreme quality defensive treasures, so I won't explain it too much here. A white-robed, middle-aged man held a piece of black armor in his hand. The presence he gave off had already reached the level of the Divine King. As soon as the supreme quality defensive treasure appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Many people showed undisguised desire. Even Jianchen and Kea, who had just arrived, were drawn away by the supreme quality defensive treasure. The supreme quality defensive treasure was completely unscathed. Just the defense of the armor alone was enough to block the attacks of the Divine King and weaken them, minimizing the damage to the wearer. Apart from the toughness of the material, the damaged god artifact on him was basically useless. If it was used to block an attack that was too powerful, it would be impossible for the armor to be damaged, but the powerful recoil would pass through the armor to the person wearing it, shattering the person to pieces. At this moment, the middle-aged man said again, "I need a god-tier material, 7-colored cloud silk. If someone can take out a 7-colored cloud silk, the 100 Paths armor will be theirs." Many people were immediately disappointed when they heard that the middle-aged man wanted to exchange for a god-tier material. "I have a piece of dark void iron, a divine grade 1 refining material. This dark void iron is useless to me. I'll trade it for other divine grade refining materials or divine grade pills, 3 supreme quality heavenly resources, blood condensing fruit. I want to exchange it for pills or heavenly resources of the same grade, 9th grade truth tier cultivation method. I want to exchange it." Afterwards, more and more people took out their treasures and took part in the exchange. Some people called out loudly, while others placed their items on the ground. There was a small wooden plaque beside them, indicating what they wanted to exchange for. Jian Chun carefully searched through the gathering. It had to be mentioned that many things had appeared in the gathering this time. They covered all sorts of areas, such as forging materials, heavenly resources, cultivation methods, truth-tier battle skills, and various insights on cultivation. Everything was there. However, to his disappointment, he failed to find any comprehension of the laws of the sword left behind by a primordial realm expert. At this moment, Jianshen's eyes narrowed slightly. He noticed that the old woman who sold the Skylink Dark Dragon Rock, and whom Kea suspected to be a primordial realm expert, made her way into the crowd steadily. Afterwards, she sat down on the ground and set up another stall. The items on the stall had increased by quite a lot compared to before. Aside from the materials that Jianshen had seen before, there were a few more heavenly resources as well. However, when Jianshen saw the stone tablet that the old woman slowly took out from her space ring, his heart suddenly shuddered. He could sense a sharp sword intent that was as vast as the ocean from the stone tablet. "I have a stone tablet here. It's a slash left behind by a primordial realm expert who has comprehended the laws of the sword. It contains some of that expert's comprehension of the laws of the sword," the old woman said weakly. The old woman's weak voice slowly came out. Her voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. Immediately, the entire gathering fell silent. A sword slash left behind by a primordial realm expert possessed some of the primordial realm expert's comprehension of the laws of the sword. This news was like a thunderclap in everyone's heads. Please listen to Xiaoyao's prestige. Once there are any updates in the future, Xiaoyao will inform you through prestige. Search. Xingxingxiao 110. It was not complicated. It was Xiaoyao's pseudonym and a police number. Chapter 2011. The appearance of the primordial realm expert's comprehension of the laws of the sword completely disrupted the normal flow of the gathering. The cultivators who were still talking to one another in the first area stopped at that moment. After bidding farewell to one another politely, they immediately gathered towards the old woman. Many people's eyes burned with desire as well as doubt and doubt. Even the Divine King experts in the gathering were drawn over by the Primordial Realm experts' comprehension of the laws of the sword. Sir, do you really have the comprehension of the laws of the sword from a Primordial Realm expert? Chi-Rua, you don't comprehend the laws of the sword, so why are you so interested? The comprehension of laws left behind by a Primordial Realm expert is just too precious. Since I've come across it, I obviously can't miss out on it. Even if it's useless to me, I can still exchange it for what I need. Sir, are you sure it's the comprehension of a Primordial Realm expert? Are you trying to fool us with the comprehension of some divine king? Don't tell me the comprehension of a Primordial Realm expert is fake. In the blink of an eye, a sea of people surrounded the old woman. Many people asked for confirmation, and some people even directly questioned the old woman. Jianchen stood in the crowd. After witnessing this, he could not help but frown. With so many people interested in the comprehension of the laws of the sword from a Primordial Realm expert, he realized that it would not be easy for him to obtain it. It might even be impossible for him to obtain it. However, the old woman's expression did not change when she heard the doubts in the surroundings. She sat on the ground leisurely and picked up the stone tablet from her stall. She said slowly with her old and frail voice, "This is what I'm talking about." The slash on it was left behind by a Primordial Realm expert who had comprehended the laws of the sword. The slash contains a sliver of the Primordial Realm expert's comprehension of the laws of the sword. Everyone looked at the stone tablet. The stone tablet was not large, only a foot wide and a foot tall. There was indeed a slash on the stone tablet. Everyone involuntarily sent their divine senses into it. In just a short moment, everyone's expression changed abruptly. What powerful sword intent! That's right. It really is from a Primordial Realm expert. Senior, how much are you selling this stone tablet for? Everyone cried out in surprise. No one dared to question the authenticity of the stone tablet. At this moment, the old woman took out over 100 jade slips from her space ring steadily and placed them on the ground. She said, "I'll exchange these comprehensions of the laws of the sword left behind by a Primordial Realm expert for anything I need. It can be supreme-grade divine crystals, heavenly resources, or healing pills. Of course, it would be best if there were God-tier healing pills. If there's anyone who doesn't wish to take out their treasures in front of so many people, you can take out a jade slip and indicate what items you can take out. Sir, I'm willing to use supreme-grade divine crystals to exchange for the comprehensions of the laws of the sword left behind by a Primordial Realm expert. May I ask how many supreme-grade divine crystals it will cost?" A divine king said as soon as the old woman finished speaking. His eyes burned with desire. Genshin's expression changed when he heard that. Although he had spent quite a lot of supreme-grade divine crystals on soul recovery pills, he still had over 30 cubes left. If it was possible, he would naturally want to use supreme-grade divine crystals to purchase the comprehensions of the Primordial Realm expert. Aside from Genshin, many other people perked up their ears as well. Clearly, they had the same thoughts as Genshin. They wanted to use supreme-grade divine crystals to purchase it. The old woman glanced at the Divine King indifferently and said, "It won't be less than 100 cubes of supreme-grade divine crystals. Of course there are higher prices. You can obtain them through bidding." "What? 100 cubes of supreme-grade divine crystals? You're basically greedy." The Divine King's eyes widened as he could not help but cry out. Some Divine Kings would not be able to pay such a great price even if they sold everything they had. Genshin gasped as well. The supreme-grade divine crystals he had obtained from Yashi Lian had far exceeded the wealth of many Divine Kings, but it had not reached 100 cubes of supreme-grade divine crystals. I have a supreme-grade defensive treasure and a supreme-grade offensive treasure. I wonder if you're willing to make the exchange?" Another divine king asked. "If it's a god artifact, I can make the exchange," said the old woman. The divine king's eyes narrowed and he left with a sneer. The old woman's appetite was extraordinarily large. The comprehensions of a primordial realm expert were very precious, but they were nowhere near as valuable as a god artifact. "I have a divine-grade treasure of heaven and earth here. I have a bottle of 9th rank true rank healing panacea." Soon after, quite a few people reported their own treasures one after another. They were all priceless and extremely precious. Of course, the people who were bold enough to list their treasures without any hesitation were not to be underestimated. Basically, they had all reached the level of divine king. Moreover, there were a few people who recorded their treasures on jade slips and passed them to the old woman. They were unwilling to reveal them to the public. The old woman's eyes were filled with hesitation from time to time. Clearly, some treasures that moved her heart had appeared. Jianshan's heart sank when he heard the names of many valuable treasures. He did not have enough supreme-grade divine crystals on him at all, but apart from supreme-grade divine crystals, there was nothing else that caught his eye. Let alone God-tier heavenly resources, he did not even have 9th-grade truth-tier heavenly resources. It was the same for healing pills. Although he still had a few monster cores on the level of Divine King, Jianshan gave up on the thought of taking them out after learning that it was extremely likely for the old woman to be a primordial realm expert. Apart from that, he only had the damaged Anata Tower and the damaged God artifact on him. "I have a God-tier healing pill. I'll exchange it for your sword way comprehension steel." At this moment, a young man in purplish golden robes walked over. Even though the young man was only an overgod, he had a divine king with him. It's young Master Qi from the Qi family. The Qi family is a large clan in the Blood Sun Empire on the Cloud Plain. It's said that they have more than one primordial realm expert. With the appearance of the young man, many discussions immediately broke out in the surroundings. They all looked at the young master of the Qi family with some fear. The old woman's eyes lit up when she heard that there was a first-grade God-tier healing pill. She was heavily injured, so she desperately needed a God-tier healing pill. "Senior, I have a God artifact here. I want to exchange it for the comprehension left behind by a primordial realm expert." Just when the old woman was about to make her decision, Jianshan's voice rang out. To no surprise, he held the damaged God artifact in his hand. Even though the ancestor of the Mo family had used a mysterious liquid to repair the God artifact, it was only the surface. In reality, the formations and presence of ways within the God artifact had been completely destroyed. Repairing it was extremely difficult. Jianshan had taken out the God artifact out of helplessness. He did not want to miss out on the comprehension left behind by a primordial realm expert. Moreover, he knew that the price he would have to pay to repair the God artifact was so great that it was not something he could endure. Moreover, the assistance the God artifact provided to him was becoming smaller and smaller. Although it could prevent him from being pierced by it, the force of the recoil would still be transmitted to his body, which would still injure him. As a result, he naturally gave up on the God artifact at a time like this. Everyone in the surroundings was shocked when they heard him mention the God artifact. However, when they looked at the God artifact, they all became disappointed. Clearly, they could tell with a single glance that the God artifact was damaged, so its value had been drastically reduced. The old woman also looked over with pity. She sighed gently and shook her head. "If your God artifact was in perfect condition, I would definitely exchange it with you." What a pity, what a pity! However, just when she reached there, the old woman came to a halt. Her dim eyes immediately shone brightly as she stared at the God artifact without blinking at all. She studied every single detail of the God artifact carefully. Gradually, her gaze became mixed, and she became rather dazed. Only quite a while later did the old woman return to her senses. She sucked in a deep breath and looked at Jianchen with her old eyes. She asked, "Brother, may I ask where you obtained this god artifact?" "I obtained this god artifact from an enemy I killed," replied Jianchen. At the same time, he secretly became vigilant. The old woman's expression when she saw the god artifact seemed to indicate that she recognized it. The old woman nodded slowly and said nothing. Her gaze became rather mixed, as well as some reminiscence. Afterwards, she looked at the young master of the Qi family and hesitated. However, in the end, the old woman passed the stone tablet to Jianchen after a short moment of hesitation. She said, "I'll exchange it with you." After the successful exchange, Jianchen obtained the stone tablet with the comprehension of the laws of the sword left behind by a primordial realm expert as he wished. However, he was unable to become happy no matter what. This was because he knew that the damaged god artifact he had taken out was worth far more than the stone tablet. However, he urgently needed to increase his strength right now so that his comprehension of the laws of the sword could reach a new level so that he could formally become a divine king. As a result, he had no choice but to exchange the damaged god artifact for it. Jianchen sighed inside. He ignored the envious gazes in the surroundings and stowed the stone tablet away in his space ring with a flip of his hand. Chapter 2012. Jianchen also clasped his hands and said, "You praise me too much, fellow Qi Xiang. I only managed to kill the captain of the Swords Wolf adventurers due to some luck. Brother Jianchen, you're far too modest. If you managed to kill the divine king out of luck, it wouldn't be so rare for an overgod to kill a divine king in the saints' world." Qi Xiang was gentle as he smiled from ear to ear. He did not hide his admiration for Jianchen at all. However, there were still many people gathered in the surroundings at this moment. When they heard what Qi Xiang had said, they were immediately stunned. They all looked at Jianchen in surprise and surprise. "What? He's the person who defeated a divine king in the arena of life and death as an overgod? He managed to kill the divine king as an overgod. Is he the supreme overgod who ranks first on the overgod's plaque, Emocheng?" Discussions immediately broke out in the surroundings. Even a few divine king experts paid attention to Jianchen. There were even a few divine kings who began to strike up a conversation with Jianchen. They were all extremely polite, not putting on any airs as a divine king at all. "Brother Jianchen, I'll be staying in cabin A9. If you have time in the future, I hope we can meet again." Qi Xiang clasped his fist at Jianchen before leaving the gathering. "Qi Xiang, are you going to give up on the comprehension of the laws of the sword left behind by a primordial realm expert just like that? With your wealth, it shouldn't be difficult for you to buy the comprehension of the laws of the sword." The divine king beside Qi Xiang asked after he left the gathering. Qi Xiang smiled freely. "You're right, Uncle Wang. With my wealth, it's indeed not difficult for me to buy the comprehension of the laws of the sword. If a single god-tier healing pill isn't enough, I can offer 2 or 3. I refuse to believe that I won't be able to make that old woman move. Originally, I was determined to obtain the comprehension of the laws of the sword, but I never thought I would actually come across Jianchen here. Moreover, he's interested in the comprehension of the laws of the sword as well. If I continue to fight over it, I'll definitely offend Jianchen. The comprehension of the laws of the sword left behind by a primordial realm expert is very precious, but Jianchen is a prodigy on the Overgod's plaque after all. Although he hasn't attempted the Overgod's plaque, he definitely has the strength to contend with Emocheng. I don't think it's worth it to offend such a supreme prodigy for a steal that contains some comprehension." The old woman who had exchanged the damaged armor with Jianchen had already left at a certain time. Jianchen was surrounded by quite a few people. Many overgods and a few divine king experts had come to befriend him. They were all extremely enthusiastic. Jianchen clasped his fist in greeting with a smile. After exchanging some simple pleasantries with everyone, he suddenly came up with an idea. He immediately found a stone slab and engraved the materials he needed to forge the azulate swords onto it. At the same time, he marked down some of the characteristics of the materials so that he could purchase them during the gathering. This is chilling nether iron. Fellow Jianshin, I just happen to have a piece. I have a piece of true dragon wood. Since fellow Jianshin needs it, I'll give it to you very soon. Jianshin found 2 of the materials he needed, which made Jianshin extremely excited. Now, he had basically gathered all of the materials he needed to forge the azulate sword. All that was left was the scarlet sun wood and the heaven cleansing dew. Unfortunately, no one in the gathering possessed the scarlet sun wood and the heaven cleansing dew. Jianshin did not wait for the gathering to end before leaving with Kea. He entered seclusion once again. He held the stone tablet he had exchanged from the old woman and comprehended the sword intent within it. At the same time, the old woman sat on the ground in a quiet room in another high-class cabin. She held the damaged armor she had obtained from Jianshin as she carefully inspected every inch of the armor. Her withered hands, which were holding the godly armor, were trembling slightly. Her gaze was sometimes blurred and sometimes absent-minded. It was filled with reminiscence and complicated emotions. As a matter of fact, there would even be intense hatred in the old woman's eyes from time to time. With such mixed emotions in the old woman's eyes, anyone could tell with a single glance that there was definitely some unknown karma between the armor and the old woman. Master, it's been so many years, and there's been no news of you at all. I don't know if you've died, or if you've gone into hiding somewhere, but I never thought I'd see your god artifact from the past on this spatial battleship. This god armor has clearly been repaired. If I'm not wrong, the thing used to repair the god armor should be extremely rare. It's rumored to be the spiritual creation liquid that can repair everything in the world. However, this spiritual creation liquid is clearly far from enough. It only repaired the surface of the god armor. Thus, even though the god armor looks complete, it's actually not very useful. The old woman studied the armor carefully. Her gaze would be as profound as the vastness of space at times and extremely ordinary at other times. She was in a daze as she murmured, "Even though the surface of the armor has been repaired, I can still tell that it was heavily damaged before it was repaired. Master, the armor you wear is a high-quality god artifact. It's so tough that even some grand primes can't damage it at all, yet the armor is so heavily damaged. I really can't imagine just how terrifying the cultivation of the person who attacked you was. I also can't imagine whether you could survive after taking on the attacks of such an expert." The old woman's expression suddenly became abnormally ferocious. The wrinkles on her face were completely distorted, and her eyes were filled with a monstrous hatred. She gritted her teeth and said, "Master, do you think this disciple should be grateful to you or hate you? If it weren't for your guidance in the past, I might not have been able to achieve what I have today, but it's also because of you that I've been hunted down by the divine generals of the heavenly palace of Bishing for millions of years, and the hunt still hasn't ended even now. I can only change my presence and hide all day. Although I have reached the primordial realm, no peak organization in the Saints' world dares to protect me when I'm hunted down by the divine generals of the heavenly palace of Bishing. Master, although you've created me, I've been hunted down until I have nowhere to run because of you." Chapter 2013. In the cold and dark endless space, a huge spatial battleship moved through space at an unimaginable speed. Like a ghost, it silently moved through space. At this moment, Jian Chun sat on a jade bed in a high-class cabin within the spatial battleship. He held a stone tablet that was less than a meter tall in his hand. His eyes were closed, and he did not move at all like an old monk meditating. A powerful sword intent slowly gathered around him. The formation in the cabin was completely activated. It was connected to the entire spatial battleship, so even primordial realm infinite primes would struggle to destroy it, let alone movement technique. As a result, even though the sword intent that slowly gathered around Jianshin became stronger and stronger, it was unable to cause any damage to the cabin at all. At this moment, Jian Chen's mind and consciousness had completely fused with the sword intent in the stone tablet. He carefully comprehended the laws within the sword intent, as well as the profound mysteries of the world that it contained. Even though the slashes on the stone tablet only contained some of the comprehension of a primordial realm expert, they did come from a primordial realm expert after all. As a result, the sword intent was so powerful that it seemed boundless to Jianchen. Is this the sword immortal realm? Jianchen shivered inside as he sensed the boundless sword intent. Even though his laws of the sword had already reached the partial achievement of sword spirit, only 2 levels away from sword immortal, he was still unable to break through. The difference between the 2 levels was like an insurmountable chasm. Moreover, Jianchen could vaguely sense the presence of a sword immortal from the sword intent within the stone tablet. It truly was like an immortal of the sword, drifting about freely, breaking free from the myriad of swords. It was supreme, an existence on a completely different level from sword spirit. Immersed in the sword intent, Jianchen entered a state of selflessness very soon. His heart was as clear as a mirror, forgetting about time and himself. However, powerful sword intent still gathered around Jianchen. Sword intent was invisible, filling the entire high-class cabin. Around him were strands of sword chi the size of a pinky finger. They swam around his body like happy fish. Every strand of sword chi seemed to possess spirituality. Sword chi possessed intelligence. This was the symbol of sword spirit. If an expert who had comprehended the laws of the sword saw this, they would definitely be shocked. Jianchen's stone tablet only contained a tiny bit of comprehension of the laws of the sword. It had been left behind accidentally by a primordial realm expert. It was not a slash that could clearly record the primordial realm expert's laws of the sword. As a result, it was almost impossible to comprehend anything from the stone tablet. Let alone overgods, even divine king experts would struggle to benefit from it. However, Jianchen had actually managed to fuse his comprehension of the laws of the sword with the mysteries of the laws of the sword within the stone tablet so easily. Even with the entire saint's world in perspective, it would be very difficult to find someone who possessed such great comprehension and affinity for the laws of the sword. In the southern region of the Cloud Plain, if there was anything that had caused the greatest uproar and caught the attention of the people of the southern region recently, it would be the Tianyuan family in the Dong, and province of the divine kingdom of Pingtian. The Tianyuan family possessed quite a great reputation in the divine kingdom of Pingtian, but in the entire southern region, they were still a small, nameless clan. However, with the arrival of the emperor of the Shi dynasty and the holy emperor of the Blood Sun Empire, and the exposure of the princess of the Shi dynasty, the Tianyuan family had gone from a nameless clan to a special clan that shook up the entire southern region and even the northern region. The reason why it was special was that the Tianyuan family was very weak right now. They only possessed a single divine king, and the divine king belonged to the Earth Spirit sect. However, with the entire southern region in perspective, there were very few organizations bold enough to touch the Tianyuan family. All of this was because the princess of the Shi dynasty had appeared in the Tianyuan family. Not only was she the only daughter of the current Emperor Shi and was doted on by Emperor Shi, but she was also an elder of the Tianyuan family. The current Dong, province was clearly even more bustling and prosperous than before. Basically every day, people from various organizations of various sizes would visit the Tianyuan family with great gifts to express their goodwill. Although the Tianyuan family had not truly developed, they had already attracted the attention of many people. In a remote region of the Dong, province, a black-robed person who lived in a large courtyard continued to pay attention to the Tianyuan family. He basically paid attention to them at all times. He was the vice-leader of the heavenly demon religion, Huayan Huayan sat in the hall of the manor as he stared in the direction of the Tianyuan family coldly. Even though he was several dozen kilometers away from the Tianyuan family, his gaze seemed to be able to pierce through space, allowing him to see the Tianyuan family clearly. When he left the Blood Sun Empire in the past, he had come here to destroy the Tianyuan family. Although he knew that Emperor Shi's daughter was an elder of the Tianyuan family, Emperor Shi's daughter had already left. It could be said that he did not have to worry about destroying the Tianyuan family at all. He did not have to worry about angering Emperor Shi's daughter at all. However, what made him hesitate was that although Emperor Shi had already left, an infinite prime from the Shi dynasty had remained in the Tianyuan family. This person's cultivation was far greater than his. As a result, Huayan could only find a place to settle down temporarily in the provincial city and keep an eye on the Tianyuan family at all times. Once the infinite prime who watched over the Tianyuan family left, he could destroy the Tianyuan family with a wave of his hand. Even the Divine King would not be able to stop him. Huayan waited for several months. The infinite prime from the Shi dynasty who watched over the Tianyuan family still did not leave, which made Huayan more and more frustrated. I have plenty of time. People of the Shi dynasty, I'd like to see just how long you can remain in the Tianyuan family, thought Huayan as his gaze became colder and colder. Unknowingly, Jianshan had already spent 3 years comprehending the way of the sword on the spatial battleship. As there was only a little comprehension of the laws of the sword in the stone tablet, which was just a tiny amount, and it was not complete, Jianshan could not say that he had completely comprehended the mysteries within the stone tablet in the past 3 years, but he had pretty much comprehended it. Although the comprehensions in the stone tablet are incomplete, I've already benefited greatly. If I follow the path of the owner of the stone tablet, I can break through at any time and reach the major achievement of Sword Spirit and advance to the major achievement of Sword Spirit. However, the expert who left behind his comprehension of the way of the sword on the stone tablet treated the way of the sword as a manifestation of the ways. His way of the sword was derived from that manifestation. As a result, his way of the sword would always be a little weaker than the ways of the world. He would always be a little slower. But in my opinion, the way of the sword is a way. It's one of the 3,000 ways. When the chaos first began and the world was split into yin and yang, the way of the sword already existed when the 3,000 ways formed the order of the world. It's an existence on the same level as the ways, so there's no difference between them. As a result, I can't follow the way of the sword left behind on the stone tablet. Jianshan opened his eyes and murmured. However, when he said that he refused to follow the path of the person on the stone tablet, his eyes shone brighter and brighter. The way of the sword that I walk requires me to comprehend it myself. The way of others is still their way. I can only use it as a reference. Although I can't break through right now, the stone tablet has given me many comprehensions. I can already vaguely see the path ahead of me as a sword immortal. Breaking through to the major achievement of Sword Spirit is just around the corner. I've already reached the bottleneck of breaking through. Just cultivating in seclusion won't be able to provide me with any substantial help. If I want to break through, I need to comprehend the world and the ways of the world. As Jianshan said that, he had already walked out of the high-class cabin. The moment he opened the cabin door, the stone tablet in his hand had already quietly turned into a pile of ashes and was blown away by the wind. After 3 years of comprehension, the comprehension of the way of the sword that Jianshan had left behind on the stone tablet had already been exhausted. It dispersed with a gust of wind. Chapter 2014. Standing on the deck of the spatial battleship that seemed like a huge square, Jianshan looked around at the boundless space filled with stars. He could not help but suck in a deep breath before raising his head. He could not help but spread his arms. This was the first time he had seen the space of the saints' world so clearly since he had come to it. It was also the first time he had come so close to it. Perhaps it was because of the vastness and boundless atmosphere of the space, but Jianshan's heart felt extremely open for a moment. He felt like he had fused with the entire universe, as if he wanted to embrace the universe. Sister, look at what this person is doing. He's standing there blankly with his arms spread and his eyes closed. It's so strange. At this moment, a rather young voice rang out in Jianqin's head. Two women had just made their way onto the deck of the cabin. One of them was only 7 or 8 years old, and she still possessed some childishness. She stared at Jianqin curiously with her large, bright eyes. The other woman seemed to be in her 20s as well. She was pretty, and her skin was white like mutton fat. Her figure was graceful. Although she was not exactly alluring, she was still extremely stunning. The older woman immediately covered the child's mouth and warned sternly, "Xiao man, have you forgotten what I said? No matter how strange things you see here, no matter how strange people you see, you can't speak carelessly. Be careful not to get yourself into trouble." "I know, sister." The girl called Xiao Man nodded obediently. She glanced at Jianqin rather timidly before immediately moving far away. Jianqin opened his eyes and stared at the girl's back. His eyes became gloomy, and some loneliness appeared. The girl's innocence made him think of Xiao Ling uncontrollably. "I won't be able to return to the Cloud Plain anytime soon. I hope Xiao Ling is safe in the Tianyuan family," Jianqin thought to himself. Jianqin sighed inside. He glanced around the deck before sitting down in a quiet place. After casting down a simple formation in the surroundings, he continued to comprehend. He hoped that he could comprehend something in the starry sky and break through to the major achievement of sword spirit. The deck of the spatial battleship was extremely large. Many people had already gathered there, or they were gathered in groups of 3 or 5. They were drinking and chatting under the starry sky. Some of them were like Jianqin, casting down a simple formation in the surroundings and comprehending the mysteries of the world in the starry sky. Jianqin sat on the deck. The formation in the surroundings cut off all sound. He said that he was comprehending, but he was actually raising his head to look at the boundless starry sky. He stared at the countless stars in the distance, at the countless stars and meteors that shot past him as streaks of light under the terrifying speed of the spatial battleship. His eyes gradually became blurred. At that moment, his heart was like the world and his mind was like the universe. He felt like he had fused with the universe, becoming indistinguishable from it. Of course, this was only Jianqin's personal feeling. In reality, he was still very far away from being able to fuse with the universe. However, under this condition, Jianqin could clearly sense the laws of the sword that interwove with the world. It was like an order of the world, like a vein in the void of the universe. It interwove with the other 3,000 ways, forming an endless net that formed the boundless universe. Although there are differences in strength between the 3,000 ways, if they reach the limit, they will all become existences like the heavenly ways, wielding the order of the world. The 3,000 ways are the 3,000 laws. Every single law is the vein that forms the universe, the backbone that supports the operation of the world. They have their own unique uses, which are unique and irreplaceable. A sense of comprehension silently appeared in Jianqin's mind. Vaguely, he seemed to grasp something, as if he understood something. However, when he tried to comprehend it carefully, he discovered that he had not grasped anything. He did not understand anything. Jianqin failed to notice that when he comprehended the world, he was not only sensing the way of the sword that he had grasped, but also the 3,000 ways that formed the order of the world. He could clearly sense their existence. This was an inconceivable scene. It was common knowledge that cultivators needed to comprehend the laws of the world to reach godhood from the origin realm and open the door to godhood. If one wanted to control the laws of the world, they needed to be able to sense their existence. They needed to be able to see the laws of the world first before they could slowly grasp them. If they could not even see the laws of the world, they would obviously be unable to grasp them. Many Origin Realm cultivators were unable to reach godhood in their entire lives. When they died of old age, it was because they were unable to see the laws of the world. They had lost the prerequisite to grasp them. Some cultivators were able to grasp 2 laws, 3 laws, or even more laws at the same time. This was because they could sense the existence of these laws in the world. However, not only could Jianchen sense the way of the sword that he was skilled in, but he could sense all the other ways as well. However, at this moment, Jianchen suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A bone-chilling coldness rose up from the bottom of his heart, forcing him to withdraw from that state involuntarily. Jianchen opened his eyes and stared at the space around him with shining eyes. He was extremely stern. The sudden coldness made him feel alarmed. He felt like he was in trouble, as if something big was about to happen. "Jianchen, why are you here? I was looking for you everywhere." Keia's voice suddenly rang out as soon as Jianchen removed the formation. She had just arrived on the deck and was rapidly approaching Jianchen. To everyone's surprise, the white-robed Master Chanlong followed behind Keia. Jianchen looked at Keia. Seeing how hurried Keia was, he could not help but ask out of curiosity, "Keia, why are you looking for me in such a hurry? What happened?" Keia arrived before Jianchen. A sliver of confusion appeared on her face when she heard Jianchen's question. She said, "I suddenly felt uneasy, so I wanted to immediately interrupt your seclusion to tell you that I found Chanlong, but your room was empty. Chanlong and I basically ran through the entire spatial battleship to find you." Jianchen's face became even more stern when he heard that. He could not help but think of the bone-chilling coldness that Keia suddenly felt uneasy. "Haha, brother Jianchen, what a coincidence! You're actually here as well." At this moment, a rather familiar voice rang out. Jianchen looked over and saw Qi Xiang, who he had met once at the gathering, walk over with a smile. "So it's fellow Qi Xiang." Jianchen clasped his fist. Chapter 2015. Just as Jianchen was comprehending, he suddenly felt a chill. Coupled with Keia's sudden uneasiness, he had a bad premonition. How could he still be in the mood to drink with Qi Xiang? Just as he was about to refuse, Jianchen suddenly heard a commotion. "Apologize? Ha 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 ha, you've offended me, yet you want to write it off with an apology? Are you 2 little girls looking down on me? Then where is my dignity?" "I'm sorry, Senior. It was little sister's fault. I hope that Senior can forgive little sister's disrespect on account of little sister's young age." Jianchen could not help but look towards the source of the commotion when he heard it from nearby. He saw the 2 women he had encountered when he had just arrived on the deck. They were currently facing off against a burly man with a third eye between his eyebrows. The burly man was surrounded by a thick presence, giving off a pressing pressure. At this moment, he was glaring at the 2 women with a fierce expression. Among the 2 women, the older one had a panicked expression. She hurriedly apologized to the burly man with a third eye between his eyebrows. As for the little girl, who was no more than 7 or 8 years old and still had a childish look on her face, she also knew that she had inadvertently caused trouble again. Her little face was already pale with fright, and she was tightly hugging the arm of the older woman beside her. Her delicate body was trembling, and she looked very pitiful. At this moment, the burly man with a vertical eye on his forehead sneered. His gaze suddenly looked towards the little girl's chest. Before the 2 women could react, he grabbed the pendant on the little girl's neck and pulled it off. He studied it in his hand for a moment before saying, "Since you have offended this king, use this pendant as an apology. Seeing that you are still young, this king will not argue with you." As he spoke, the burly man had already tightly gripped the pendant in his hand. "This is what my mother left me before she passed away. Give it back to me, give it back to me. Please, give it back to me. I beg you, don't take away what my mother left me." There were not many pendants, but the little girl was like a cat that had its tail stepped on. She immediately leapt up and forgot about her fear. She pounced towards the burly man with red eyes, wanting to take back the pendant. However, the little girl had only begun cultivating recently, so she was unable to approach the middle-aged man at all. She was blocked by the faint origin energy he gave off. Senior, this pendant is the only thing Xiao Man's parents left behind for her. It holds a special meaning to Xiao Man. Moreover, this pendant isn't anything precious, so I beg Senior to return it to Xiao Man. The older woman suppressed her anger and said in a subservient voice. The burly man's eyes turned cold when he heard that. He looked around and saw that more and more people were paying attention to them. He could not help but show a sliver of killing intent as he coldly said, "You've offended me, and I did not punish you on the spot out of respect. As a result, I want this low-quality saint artifact at most as an apology so that I can have a reason to forgive you." However, the two of you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Do you really think I'm so easy to provoke? I'll give you two choices right now. Take the pendant or take your lives. Make your choice. This jade pendant, the burly man would definitely not return it. His third vertical eye had a special ability that allowed him to see the essence of many things. This jade pendant looked ordinary on the surface, but through his third vertical eye, he was able to see that this jade pendant was not ordinary. This allowed him to conclude that the pendant was definitely a treasure. In order to deter more and more people in the surroundings and prevent anyone from interfering, the burly man radiated with a powerful presence as he spoke. To no surprise, his cultivation had reached the mid-divine king. As for the young girl, under the eruption of this aura, her body suddenly flew out like a kite with a broken string, unable to resist at all. If it weren't for the rules on the spatial battleship that forbade fighting apart from the arena of life and death, which made the burly man wary, this little girl who was only in the mortal realm probably would have died under the pressure of his aura. The older woman was only a late overgod. She struggled to even protect herself from the pressure of the mid-divine king's presence, so she was unable to protect the girl at all. From afar, the girl seemed like she was about to hit the side of the ship. However, Jian Chun immediately took a step forward and crossed several hundred meters as if he had teleported. He directly appeared behind the girl and gently caught her. Jian Chun placed the girl on the ground gently and asked in concern, "Little girl, are you fine?" The girl's eyes were red as tears welled up in her eyes. She seemed pitiful and said, "I'm fine. Thank you for saving me, big brother." The girl looked at the burly man. Her innocent eyes were filled with pity and helplessness. It was heartbreaking. She sobbed, "That's the only thing my mother left me before she passed away. Don't worry. I'll get it back for you." Jianchen comforted the girl before looking at the burly man with a vertical eye on his forehead. He said, "Sir, the mighty divine king is openly stealing a girl's belongings. Isn't that a little beneath your dignity? Why don't you return the pendant?" Even though the three-eyed demon had reached the mid-divine king, Jianchen did not fear him at all. Although he had not broken through to the major achievement of sword spirit during the 3 years of comprehension, his strength had increased significantly. Moreover, he had grasped the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline. Jianchen only knew that the howl from the ancient Skywolf's bloodline was extremely shocking, but even he did not know just how shocking it was. As a result, he wanted to find a mid-divine king to test out his current strength. Jianchen's meddling seemed to have offended the burly man. A terrifying presence immediately radiated from the burly man. His eyes were cold as he stared at Jianchen with killing intent. He said, "Kid, who are you? How dare you interfere with the matters of the demon king of divine eyes? Are you tired of living?" He seems to be the Jianchen who killed the captain of the Swords Wolf adventurers in the arena of life and death as a late overgod. It really is Jianchen. I never thought he would actually come to the deck after 3 years. Many people in the surroundings recognized Jianchen and called out his name. "So you're that Jianchen. However, I don't care who Jianchen is. Even if you're the strongest supreme overgod, I'll make you suffer for interfering with my matters. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly, and I'll let bygones be bygones, the three-eyed demon king said coldly. Humph, what boastful words. I'd like to see just how capable the so-called three-eyed demon king is. A cold laugh rang out. A cold laugh rang out. Qi Xiang also walked over from afar. Beside him, a God King expert followed him closely. And who are you? The three-eyed demon king's face sank as killing intent filled his eyes. However, when he saw the divine king beside Qi Xiang, he could not help but become stern. I am Qi Xiang. Chapter 2016. That's right. Qi Xiang replied. Even though he was only a late overgod, he did not fear the mid-divine king at all. Qi Xiang's identity had been confirmed. The three-eyed demon king's gaze towards Qi Xiang was immediately filled with deep fear. The three-eyed demon king had stayed in the imperial capital of the Blood Sun Empire for a period of time, so he had some understanding of the peak clans and sects in the Blood Sun Empire. The Qi family was one of the peak clans in the Blood Sun Empire. Even the imperial family of the Blood Sun Empire had to be courteous to them. To the three-eyed demon king, the disciples of these large clans were existences that he could not afford to provoke. Even though he had already left the southern region and the Cloud Plain, his fear towards these large clans did not decrease at all. This was because he understood that once he offended these large clans, they could easily cross plains to hunt him down even if he fled the Cloud Plain. Most importantly, Qi Xiang had the divine king by his side. Any aristocratic family's young master that could make a divine king powerhouse protect, their statuses were definitely extraordinary. Jianchen slowly approached the three-eyed demon king. His presence skyrocketed as he radiated with powerful battle intent. He said, "Sir, it's best if you return the item to the girl. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for this matter to end peacefully. We might just meet in the arena of life and death." Jianchen's presence was pressing as he directly crushed towards the three-eyed demon king. Right now, he felt a vague desire. He wanted to find a powerful opponent to challenge and test his current strength. At the same time, he wanted to test the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline. The three-eyed demon king immediately became furious when he heard Jianchen's undisguised threat. Killing intent surged in his eyes. Even though he had heard of Jianchen's fame and how he could kill the divine king as an overgod, he was only an early divine king. The three-eyed demon king did not fear him at all. The difference between early divine king and mid-divine king was extremely great. It could be described as the difference between heaven and earth. If Jianchen was an early divine king, the three-eyed demon king believed that Jianchen could challenge a mid-divine king. However, Jianchen was still an overgod. The three-eyed demon king stared at Jianchen viciously with killing intent. Just when he was about to agree to Jianchen's challenge, Qi Xiang's voice rang out. "Brother Jianchen's matters are my matters. Three-eyed demon king, if you don't follow Brother Jianchen's words, I can only challenge you in the arena of life." Qi Xiang's words were like a bucket of cold water that poured over the three-eyed demon king's head. It chilled him from head to toe. He did not take Qi Xiang's strength seriously, but there were no rules in the arena of life and death. He was certain that once Qi Xiang really did enter the arena of life and death, the experts of the Qi family would definitely follow him. "I won't pursue the matter today for young Master Qi's sake." The three-eyed demon king knew that he could not keep the jade pendant anymore. He glared at Jianchen viciously before tossing the jade pendant back to the girl reluctantly. He left with a sunken face. The girl became especially excited after recovering the pendant. She clenched the pendant tightly in her hands as she thanked Jianchen gratefully. The older woman walked over as well. She clasped her fist at Jianchen and said gratefully, "I am Ziyun, and this is my younger sister, Xiaoman. Thank you for retrieving the jade pendant for my younger sister, Jianchen." Boom! Just when Jianchen was about to return the greeting, a deafening rumble suddenly rang out. The entire spatial battleship shook violently, and the spatial battleship seemed to come to a halt at that moment. The powerful inertia caused everyone on the deck to be thrown towards the side of the ship uncontrollably. Even experts like the Divine King struggled to stop themselves from moving so quickly. Bang! 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 Immediately, a string of heavy thuds rang out. Everyone on the deck was thrown towards the side of the ship or the protective formations around the spatial battleship. Many people vomited blood. The force of the collision was just too great. Even overgods struggled to prevent themselves from becoming injured. As for those below overgod, quite a few of them were directly slain. Their souls directly dispersed. Jianchen, Kea, and Master Chanlong were unable to avoid it either. The three of them collided with the side of the ship even faster than a meteor. In that critical moment, Master Chanlong directly used the azure disk to protect himself, while Kea was surrounded by powerful laws of destruction. As for Jianchen, he had filled his entire body with chaotic force in a single instance. He had unleashed the defenses of the chaotic body. However, even with that being the case, Jianchen was still dazed from the collision. He saw stars as he felt the world spin around him. The force of the collision was just too great. The spatial battleship had suddenly come to a halt at such a high speed, so the inertia was unimaginable. It was definitely faster than a meteor. The deck was immediately filled with the heavy smell of blood. Many people died on the spot. Their bodies were reduced to pieces as blood dyed the deck red. Jianchen recovered very soon. He looked over and saw that Kea and Chanlong were fine. They were just slightly shaken up like him, so he could not help but stop worrying. Afterwards, he looked around and discovered that a few Divine King experts had climbed up from the ground in horrible shape. As for the overgods, many of them were injured to varying degrees. However, Qi Xiang possessed a supreme quality defensive treasure, so he remained unscathed. Ziyun was uninjured as well. Her sister, Xiaoman, had been caught by Ziyun as soon as the collision happened. As a result, Xiaoman was not injured at all. She had only fainted from the impact. What happened? What's going on? What's wrong with the spatial battleship? As more and more people returned to their senses, the deck immediately fell into an uproar. However, in the next moment, three extremely terrifying presences radiated from the spatial battleship. The presences passed through the protective formations of the spatial battleship and directly permeated the surrounding space, causing it to ripple like water. Three old men appeared silently above the deck of the spatial battleship. They all raised their heads to look at the sky sternly. The three old men were the three elders that Jianchen had seen on the top floor of the spatial battleship. Space beasts are attacking. Everyone be alert, Hong Mo said sternly from the center of the three old men. His old but powerful voice directly passed through all the formations on the spatial battleship, reverberating through every inch of the spatial battleship. Space beasts. Jianchen was stunned. He suddenly looked at the sky, and with that glance, his eyes suddenly narrowed. A colossal, black shadow hovered above the spatial battleship. It was like a vast, dark cloud above everyone, blotting out the light of the sun, moon, and stars. As it was black, it was extremely similar to outer space. As a result, it was difficult to discover its existence unless one looked closely. What kind of space beast is this? It's so huge. Jianchen was deeply shocked. The spatial battleship was several tens of thousand meters long, which was already large enough in his eyes, but compared to the space beast hovering above, it was like an ant compared to an elephant. The space beast's body really was as large as a planet. At the same time, the white-haired, extremely old woman slowly opened her eyes in a high-class cabin of the spatial battleship. Undisguised exhaustion filled her face as she gently sighed. I never thought we'd run into a nebula beast emperor. We can't keep the spatial battleship. Sigh, after running for so many years, I wonder if we can still escape this time. Chapter 2017. The deck of the spatial battleship was filled with people very soon. The cultivators who were originally in the various cabins of the spatial battleship all rushed to the deck as quickly as they could, completely crowding the huge square. Many of these people had already suffered injuries of varying degrees. Clearly, even though they were in the cabins, the sudden halt of the spatial battleship caused many of them to collide with the spatial battleship due to inertia. At this moment, even though the deck was filled with people, it was deathly silent. Everyone stared at the sky, deeply stunned by the planet-sized spatial beast that hovered above the spatial battleship. Jianchen was extremely stern as well. He stared at the huge spatial beast sternly as his heart sank. Although he was unable to sense the exact strength of the spatial beast due to the protective formations of the spatial battleship, he still felt suffocated. It's actually a nebula beast, Emperor. We're in trouble now. Among the three elders on the spatial battleship, Mu, he said sternly. Hong Mo's face sank as well. He immediately ordered, activate all the defensive formations and direct all the energy from the killing formations to the kinetic formations. Open the divine crystal storage of the spatial battleship and move all the stored divine crystals to the center of the kinetic formations. Then, the spatial battleship will charge over as fast as it can. Yes, sir. With that, a divine king in the uniform of a law enforcer below replied politely. He immediately turned around and entered the cabins. In just a few seconds, a tremendous pulse of energy appeared from the spatial battleship. All the defensive formations on the spatial battleship had been activated, pushing its defenses to the limit. The defensive formations on the spatial battleship were extremely powerful. Let alone infinite primes, even if chaotic primes personally took action, the spatial battleship would be able to block several attacks with its defensive formations. Although the spatial battleship had gained great defenses, it consumed its energy extremely quickly as well. Just as the defensive array formation was activated to the maximum, the propulsion array formation of the spaceship was also activated to the maximum. Immediately, a powerful push appeared, causing many people on the deck to stagger. The spatial battleship had already shot off as a streak of light. Activate the spirit guiding formation. Everyone on the ship, immediately channel your origin energy into the deck. Whether we can escape or not will depend on this. Hong Mo's voice rang out again. This time, he was clearly speaking to everyone on the ship. As he spoke, a huge array appeared on the deck beneath everyone's feet. This was the spirit guiding formation set up on the Void battleship. It could guide all energy into any formation. Everyone knew that they were facing a true crisis of life and death. In order to protect their lives, no one hesitated at all. They poured all of their origin energy into the formation without holding back. All of this origin energy was channeled into the driving formation of the battleship. With the support of this energy, the battleship's speed suddenly skyrocketed. In just a moment, it had left the space beasts floating above the battleship far behind. Many people on the ship immediately let out a sigh of relief when they saw this. Joy filled their faces. However, the expressions on their faces quickly froze as they stared blankly at the sky above them. The spatial battleship had already pushed its speed to the limit. It was even faster than before, faster than a streak of light. However, the Nebula Beast Emperor was even faster. In less than 2 seconds, it had caught up to them from behind. Its colossal, pitch-black body appeared above the battleship once again. A huge claw the size of a mountain suddenly extended from above, ripping through space and striking the spatial battleship with a tremendous and terrifying pressure. With a great boom, the spatial battleship was blown far away by the Nebula Beast Emperor's claw like a fallen leaf. Everyone on the deck slammed into one another in horrible shape. Even someone as powerful as the Divine King was unable to stabilize himself. In the blink of an eye, only 2 people remained standing on the deck aside from the 3 elders. One of them was the old woman from the gathering, while the other was the young man in embroidered robes. However, the two of them were extremely stern as well. The Nebula Beast Emperor has already reached early chaotic prime. We can't escape with the battleship, said the old woman. Her voice was weak and filled with exhaustion. As the old woman said that, the spatial battleship shook violently once again. The outermost formation had already been ripped open, destroyed by the Nebula Beast Emperor. Although the spatial battleship possessed countless defensive formations, they all intertwined and overlapped with one another, forming the three most powerful formations in the end. As for the three strongest formations, one of them had already been broken, leaving only two. The young man in embroidered robes was extremely stern as well. He stared at the Nebula Beast Emperor and said sternly, "The defensive formations on the battleship won't be able to last for very long against chaotic primes. Elders, let's open the formations and flee." To no surprise, the young man was also a primordial realm expert. Hong Mo, what do we do? The two other elders on the spatial battleship looked at Hong Mo. Some sharpness gradually appeared in Hong Mo's eyes as powerful battle intent rose up from him. He said, "Although the Nebula Beast Emperor has reached chaotic prime, it seems like it has only broken through recently from its presence. Old man, go deal with it. If you can keep it busy, immediately take the battleship away from here." Hong Mo, that's too dangerous. The two other elders still wanted to persuade him, but Hong Mo had already vanished. In the next moment, the power of powerful primordial realm laws descended. The entire space shook violently as powerful spatial energy pulsed. Clearly, Hong Mo had already begun fighting the Nebula Beast Emperor. Just when the two elders on the battleship were about to give the order to leave, the battleship suddenly shook violently. The Nebula Beast King that was fighting the red demons suddenly extended a mountainous claw and grabbed the spatial battleship. Crack! The second defensive formation on the spatial battleship shattered. Oh no! The expressions of the two elders on the battleship changed drastically. This Nebula Beast Emperor is too strong. We won't be able to escape. Hurry up and give me some healing pills. Once I've recovered, I'll fight against the Nebula Beast Emperor with you all. That way we might still have a chance of survival," said the old woman. "Here." At this moment, the two elders no longer cared about the value of the healing pills. They each took out a god-tier healing pill and tossed it to the old woman. The old woman quickly checked the two divine healing pills and swallowed them as fast as she could. Chapter 2018. The attack from the Nebula Beast Emperor was extremely powerful. The final line of defense of the spatial battleship immediately shattered with a great rumble. Without the protection of the formation, the spatial battleship was unable to block the powerful attack from the Nebula Beast Emperor with its toughness alone. Cracks rapidly spread across the spatial battleship. Although there were still powerful killing formations on the spatial battleship, they posed no threat to the Nebula Beast Emperor at all. "Let's go." As soon as the formation shattered, Jianchen called out. He pulled Kea and Chanlong with him and shot off into outer space like an arrow. In Jianchen's eyes, the spatial battleship that was already extremely powerful clearly could not be kept. If they remained on the ship, they would become even more of a target and be more easily threatened. The moment Jianchen left the spatial battleship, the people gathered on the deck clearly understood the current situation as well. Many of them charged off into outer space in all directions. Many of them paid a great price to use various movement techniques to escape as quickly as possible, bearing the consequences of being heavily injured. Jianchen scanned through the crowd with the senses of his soul and found the girl called Xiao Man. She was still unconscious right now, held by her sister, Ziyun. The girl called Xiao Man made Jianchen think of Xiao Ling. He seemed to see Xiao Ling's shadow on Xiao Man, so Jianchen could not just watch Xiao Man die here. However, just when Jianchen wanted to save Xiao Man and Ziyun, a simple talisman suddenly appeared in Ziyun's hand. She formed a seal, and the talisman immediately emitted a powerful energy that enveloped Ziyun and Xiao Man. An extremely terrifying power of space revolved around the two of them. A cosmic movement talisman. Hong Mo immediately cried out when he sensed the power of space in his battle against the Nebula Beast Emperor. The eyes of the other two elders on the spatial battleship, the old woman, and the young man in embroidered robes all narrowed. A cosmic movement talisman was extremely precious. It could move people extremely far away, allowing them to teleport between planes. It was a supreme treasure for fleeing. Even they did not possess one. The young man in embroidered robes immediately beamed. He arrived before Ziyun with a single step and directly reached towards Ziyun with his hand. However, he was still a step too late. The powerful power of space from the movement talisman was not something the young man could stop. With a flash of white light, Ziyun vanished from the spatial battleship with Xiaoman Jianchen was stunned when he witnessed this. He glanced at where Ziyun had vanished from deeply before turning around and charging into outer space. He fled into the distance with Chanlong and Kea. At this moment, a great beast's roar rang out from behind. It shook up the surroundings, and the terrifying sound reverberated in space as visible sound wave. As the beastly roars rang out, countless auras suddenly appeared in the void, spreading out with a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Jianchen, Kea, and Chanlong subconsciously looked back as they fled. Their eyes immediately narrowed, and their faces changed drastically. At such a close distance, they could see the full appearance of the Nebula Beast Emperor that had attacked the spatial battleship. To no surprise, it was a huge, pitch-black beast the size of a planet. It seemed like a lizard, except it had 8 legs. It was currently engaged in a battle with the 5 primordial realm experts on the spatial battleship. However, there were countless nebula beasts of various strengths lying on the Nebula Beast Emperor's back. At this moment, the countless nebula beasts flew out from the Nebula Beast Emperor's back. Their eyes were blood-red as they chased after the cultivators in all directions. There were extremely many nebula beasts, no less than 1,000,000 of them. With a single glance, they were innumerable, as dense as a swarm of locusts. Hurry up and run, facing the pursuit of so many nebula beasts, many people's faces turned pale. They let out panicked screams and fled wildly. Even Jianchen, Kea, and Chanlong fled into the distance as quickly as they could. However, these nebula beasts were originally space beasts. They lived in outer space, so they were like fish in water here. Whether it was in terms of speed or battle prowess, they were greater than regular cultivators. Moreover, there were quite a few existences on par with the Divine King among them. As a result, in just a few seconds, many cultivators had been stopped by the nebula beast. Under the intense battle, blood immediately dyed outer space red. Even Jianchen, Chanlong, and Kea were caught by 4 nebula beasts on par with the Divine King. With their escape obstructed, the two sides engaged in an intense battle before being surrounded by even more nebula beasts that rushed over from behind. Daluo Sword. Tai Sword Technique. Jianchen's presence surged as he struck out with his full strength. He kept 2 nebula beasts on par with the Divine King busy by himself and forced them back with his sword technique. Afterwards, he sent a strand of sword chi towards the nebula beasts that surrounded them. Spurt, 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 spurt. Wherever the sword chi passed by, all the nebula beasts would be pierced or sliced in half. Just a single strand of sword chi had killed over a dozen nebula beasts. Just the nebula beasts on the level of overgods numbered several. Kea struck out without holding back as well. The laws of destruction and the laws of fire revolved around him as his presence surged. He kept the other 2 Divine King nebula beasts busy as he charged out as hard as he could. Although Jianchen's strength had increased drastically after 3 years of comprehension, Kea's strength was still no weaker than Jianchen's. Master Chanlong wore a high-quality Saint artifact armor. The azure disc in his hand had expanded to 10 meters in size and hovered above his head. Complicated and profound inscriptions flickered as his hands formed seals. He constantly tossed out formation banners as he cast down formations as quickly as he could. A huge python conjured from formation banners stood beside him. Under the control of the trapped soul, it slaughtered the nebula beasts in the surroundings. Old Man Chanlong, hurry up with the formation. There are more and more nebula beasts. The trapped soul bellowed out. Even though it could also display the strength of a late overgod through the python conjured from the formation banners, it struggled to fend off so many nebula beasts at the same time. After all, there were many overgods among the nebula beasts. There were even late overgods. If it were not for the extraordinary defenses of the python conjured from the formation banners, it probably would not have been able to last until now. In the vast outer space, the spatial battleship had already shattered into countless fragments. The cultivators who had escaped from the battleship died one after another, causing the space to be littered with corpses. Boom! A violent rumble rang out nearby. A divine king who had fled from the battleship was heavily injured from the attacks of 3 nebula beasts that were no weaker than him. He was forced to blow up his origin energy. Terrifying pulses of energy ripped through space, creating a spatial crack. The 3 divine king nebula beasts were blown away as well. A divine king nebula beasts had died soon after the battle began. Jianshan became extremely stern. He discovered that even though he and Kea had kept the 4 early Divine King Nebula Beasts busy and killed a large number of Divine King Nebula Beasts, the number of Nebula Beasts surrounding them did not decrease at all. Instead, it increased. Chapter 2019. The 2 strands of profound sword chi moved extremely quickly. They crossed through space and time, arriving before the foreheads of the 2 Nebula Beasts the moment they shot out. Spurt! Spurt! The 2 Divine King Nebula Beasts were unable to react at all. The 2 strands of profound sword chi pierced their huge heads like a hot knife through butter. Immediately, the powerful auras from the 2 Nebula Beasts rapidly weakened. Their eyes, which had been filled with vicious light, became hollow. Their vitality had been completely drained. After shooting out the 2 strands of profound sword chi, the power of Jianshan's soul immediately decreased by half as well. Fortunately, his soul had reached the level of the Divine King, so it was much more powerful than before. Shooting out 2 strands of profound sword chi at once was unable to completely drain the power of his soul. Jianshan's eyes lit up as he stared at the 2 lifeless nebula beasts. He discovered that the power of his profound sword chi had increased by quite a lot after his soul had reached the level of the Divine King. Otherwise, he would only have used up a third of the power of his soul if he had used 2 strands of profound sword chi at once. However, in reality, he had used up half of it. The excess was used to strengthen the profound sword chi. Jianshan did not stop there. He used the sword chi to chop the heads of the 2 nebula beasts to pieces and removed 2 fist-sized monster cores. At the same time, he formed a seal with his right hand and sent out a strand of Daluo sword chi towards one of the Divine King nebula beasts that Kea was fighting. The nebula beast was fighting against Kea in an extremely intense battle with another nebula beast of the same strength. Their colossal bodies were covered in wounds. Many places had been scorched by Kea's laws of fire, and the power of the laws of destruction pulsed in their wounds. Clearly, they were heavily injured. Now that Jianshan had joined the battle, the injured nebula beast became even less of an opponent. With a flash of dazzling, golden sword, Chi chopped off the head of one of the nebula beasts effortlessly. At the same time, the 4th Divine King nebula beast was struck in the head by Kea. The slender, white hand possessed unbelievable power. The power of the laws of destruction surged, directly shattering the nebula beast's head. In the blink of an eye, Jianshan and Kea had slain all 4 Divine King beasts. Jianshan and Kea did not hesitate at all. They called out to Master Chanlong and immediately charged. Jianshan and Kea did not hold back at all. The laws of destruction, the laws of fire, and the laws of the sword crisscrossed in the air, mercilessly harvesting the nebula beasts that were only overgods at best and deities at worst. With their battle prowess that was no weaker than the divine kings, killing the nebula beasts was naturally effortless. Everywhere they passed by, the corpses of the nebula beasts would be left behind. Blood had already dyed the outer space red. However, Jianchen, Kea, and Chanlong did not relax at all. Instead, they became even more stern. This was because they could see that they had already been surrounded by a large number of nebula beasts. Countless nebula beasts had formed a huge sphere, sealing off the surroundings and constantly attacking them from all directions. No matter how many nebula beasts the three of them killed, they remained in the center of the sphere. It was difficult for them to charge out. As time went on, more and more cultivators who had escaped from the battleship died, so more and more nebula beasts charged towards the cultivators who were still alive on the battlefield. As a result, even though Jianchen, Chanlong had already killed many nebula beasts of varying strength, the number of nebula beasts that surrounded them did not decrease. Instead, it constantly increased. Jianchen did not even have the time to collect the monster cores of the overgod nebula beasts they had killed. All he could do was watch as the corpses of the overgod nebula beasts floated in space silently. Suddenly, a few great roars rang out from the distance. 7 huge nebula beasts charged towards Jianchen, Chanlong. Even though they were injured to varying degrees, their presences were extremely tremendous. The expressions of Jianchen, Chanlong changed. The 7 nebula beasts were all at the Divine King's level, and 2 of them were at the Divine King's mid-level. Before they could think too much about it, the 7 Divine King nebula beasts had already shot over. They attacked Jianchen without any hesitation at all. 2 of the early Divine King nebula beasts looked at Master Chanlong. The great pressure made Master Chanlong's body sink suddenly. Master Chanlong became extremely stern. He was a formations master. If he used the most powerful formation he knew right now, he was extremely confident that he could kill the 2 early Divine King nebula beasts. However, he was currently being harassed by so many nebula beasts. How could he have the time to cast down a formation that could kill the Divine King nebula beasts? Jianchen and Kea's hearts sank as well. There were so many Divine King nebula beasts, and 2 of them were at the mid-Divine King nebula beast. The 2 of them felt extremely pressured. Moreover, they could clearly sense that even more Divine King nebula beasts would arrive later if they continued to waste time. Suddenly, Kea had a flash of inspiration. In the next moment, her presence changed. She pointed her hands at the sky. The laws of destruction condensed in her right hand, while the laws of fire transformed into dazzling flames in her left. Between her hands, 3 inches above her head, the power of the laws of creation condensed. At that moment, the laws of creation, destruction, and fire gathered around Kea. As soon as the 3 laws appeared, they seemed to form a bridge that connected to the laws of the world. As a result, a sliver of the aura of the Way actually appeared on Kea. She gave off an extremely profound presence. However, the presence of the Way could not be sensed by ordinary people. Only powerful existences who had an extremely deep understanding of the mysteries of the world could sense it. As a result, even though Jianchen was right beside Kea, he was unable to sense the presence of the Way. Suddenly, Kea extended a finger. With that, the laws of destruction, fire, and creation all surged out, striking one of the mid-Divine King nebula beasts with the presence of the Way. The finger's strike seemed ordinary, but it possessed unbelievable power. The huge body of the mid-Divine King nebula beast was actually reduced to dust silently. Let alone its body, not even its monster core remained. It directly dispersed into thin air. Kea shook violently after launching the strike. Her face rapidly paled. A whoa! At basically the same time as Kea launched the terrifying strike, Jianchen roared at the sky. However, this was a complete wolf's howl. With the howl, The power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline in Jianshan's body was completely drained in a single moment. A visible sound wave wreaked havoc in all the nebula beasts in outer space. It was enough to make all the millions of nebula beasts tremble. With Jianshan as the center, it spread out in all directions. Wherever the sound wave passed, countless nebula beasts howled in pain. The nebula beasts below the Divine King all bled from their orifices. Afterwards, their huge bodies lay motionless in outer space. Their vitality drained away in a single moment, reducing them to corpses. In the blink of an eye, the countless nebula beasts that trapped the three of them were all shaken to death by Jianshan's howl. Even the early Divine King nebula beasts stopped attacking Jianshan's group. They all howled in pain. The remaining mid-Divine King nebula beast became dazed and confused. It had temporarily lost consciousness. A single howl had killed tens of thousands of nebula beasts. Even Jianshan became stunned by this sight. Chapter 2020. As a space beast that had just reached chaotic prime, existences like Jianshan were not even ants in its eyes. However, Jianshan's howl earlier was enough to make even the chaotic prime Nebula Beast Emperor shiver in fear. The Nebula Beast Emperor basically noticed Jianshan immediately. The sword chi from Jianshan's hand was 10 meters long. Like a waterfall, it shone with resplendent light as it slashed out, mercilessly killing the stunned nebula beasts that had yet to return to their senses. Spurt! 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 Immediately, blood sprayed through the air. Even though the nebula beasts were on the same level as the Divine King, their minds were still in a mess from the howl earlier. They were unable to put up any resistance at all, allowing Jianshan to cut through their heads effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, 5 of the 6 Divine King-level nebula beasts had been slain by Jianshan in a single second. Jianshan did not have the time to collect the 5 Divine King-level monster cores. His gaze was cold as the sword chi condensed in his hand became even more powerful. It shone like the sun as he continued to slash at the last mid-Divine King-level nebula beast. Currently, all the nebula beasts around Jianshan's group had been shaken to death by Jianshan's howl using the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline. The mid-Divine King-level nebula beast was the last space beast that could stop them from escaping. Once it was slain, Jianshan was completely confident that they could escape. Even if the other nebula beasts wanted to chase after them, they would struggle to catch up due to the distance between them. However, just when Jianshan was about to kill the last nebula beast, a bone-chilling coldness suddenly assaulted him. It made Jianshan feel like he had been plunged into an icy cavern. He was unable to move his limbs, and the sword chi that he had sent towards the nebula beast was forcefully stopped as well. Jianshan's heart suddenly sank as chills ran down his spine. His entire body immediately became icy cold. He could clearly sense that he had been locked onto by a terrifying presence that had completely exceeded his imagination. Under the influence of the presence, not only was his body immobilized, but even his blood seemed to freeze at that moment. Even his chaotic force became sluggish. At that moment, Jianshan felt like the end of the world had arrived. Jianshan turned his head with great difficulty and saw that the Nebula Beast Emperor that fought against the 5 Primordial Realm experts had already locked onto him with its huge eyes. Even though it was fighting against 5 Primordial Realm experts at the same time, it was still able to deal with them with ease while it was distracted. It firmly suppressed the 5 Primordial Realm experts. If it were not for the fact that Hong Mo, a peak infinite prime, was keeping the Nebula Beast Emperor busy, the Primordial Realm experts probably would have died to the Nebula Beast Emperor already. Kea and Chanlong paled as well. They were with Jianshan, so when Jianshan was locked onto by the Nebula Beast Emperor, even the two of them felt a terrifying pressure that chilled their hearts. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly appeared. The entire region of space shook violently. The Nebula Beast Emperor's huge tail whipped towards Jianshan's group with devastating power. This tail was very thick, directly enveloping a part of the void. When the tail lashed down, the terrifying power caused cracks to appear in the void, forming a huge spatial crack. Before the tail had even arrived, Jianshan's group felt a suffocating pressure. Master Qianlong's skin even cracked as blood directly spurted out from his wounds. Before the Nebula Beast Emperor's tail had even arrived, the terrifying pressure was enough to pulverize the body of an overgod. Boom! At the same time, Hong Mo's presence surged. While the Nebula Beast Emperor was distracted, he used his ability to control space to deliver a full-powered strike, causing the Nebula Beast Emperor's planet-sized body to tremble violently. It was actually forcefully pushed several meters away. A huge wound had appeared on its huge body from Hong Mo's attack. The tail that the Nebula Beast Emperor originally aimed at Jianshan's group shifted as well, sweeping past Jianshan's group with terrifying destructive power. Immediately, the stars in the sky vanished from Jianshan's vision. What appeared before them was the spatial crack created by the Nebula Beast Emperor's huge tail. They could clearly see the endless spatial storms and streams wreaking havoc within. At the same time, the terrifying shockwaves from the battle between the Infinite Primes and the Nebula Beast Emperor surged over. Jianshan, Kea, and Master Qianlong were pushed into the spatial crack without being able to put up any resistance. Jianshan's face suddenly changed as soon as he entered the spatial crack. The spatial cracks in the Saints' world were incomparable to those on the Tianyuan continent. Let alone the Divine King, even infinite primes would struggle to survive once they entered. Jianshan's group of 3 immediately charged out as quickly as they could. However, the space within the spatial crack was very unstable. Even when the 3 of them moved as quickly as they could, and even when Jianshan used the linear lightning release, they were unable to leave. Instead, the 3 of them were sucked into the depths of the spatial crack by the chaotic space. In the blink of an eye, Jianshan's group of 3 became completely lost in the spatial crack. They were unable to find their way out. "We're in trouble now. We've actually fallen into a spatial crack," Master Qianlong said with a heavy voice. He understood the terrors of spatial cracks far better than Jianshan and Kea. Jianshan and Kea were extremely stern as well. They looked around and discovered that the surroundings were chaotic. Whether it was time, space, or the laws of the world, they were all in a mess here. In the distance, they could even clearly see the chaotic time distorting space and time, forming extremely unstable time vortexes that drifted about in the powerful spatial turbulence. Suddenly, Jianshan's eyes narrowed. He saw a familiar figure in the distance. It was the 3-eyed Demon King. He had also entered a spatial crack, and he was currently covered in blood as he dodged the streams of space that assaulted him from all directions. Suddenly, a stream of spatial turbulence slammed into the 3-eyed Demon King's body, sending him flying far away. He just happened to fall into an extremely unstable temporal vortex. His entire person rapidly aged under the time vortex. In less than a breath's time, he, who originally had extremely strong vitality and looked like a middle-aged man, turned into a white-haired old man. In a few seconds, the tremendous life force within the 3-eyed Demon King completely vanished. He was reduced to a bag of bones. In a few seconds, the 3-eyed Demon King had lost all of his life force and died. His body had been reduced to a set of white bones, and his soul had dispersed. After the 4th breath, the bones that belonged to the 3-eyed Demon King turned into a pile of ashes and dissipated as if they had been through countless years. In just a few seconds, the 3-eyed Demon King seemed to have spent countless years in the temporal whirlpool. Even the Divine King's remains had rotted away. Chapter 2021. Jianshan became even more fearful of temporal whirlpools after what the 3-eyed Demon King had gone through. Once he entered one, even if he had reached the peak of godhood, he would still die. The tremendous life force within him would be drained away in just a few seconds. It was rumored that godhood experts had broken free from the restraints of lifespan and possessed the same lifespan as the world. However, after cultivating for so long, Jianshan had learnt more or less that the reason why godhood experts possessed the same lifespan as the world was because they would absorb the origin energy of the world when they cultivated, replenishing their life force at basically all the time. Their souls would also comprehend the laws of the world and undergo a qualitative change. As a result, the lifespan of godhood experts was said to be the same as the world. This was because there had basically never been a case of godhood experts dying from exhaustion in the history of the saints' world. However, there was no origin energy to be absorbed in temporal whirlpools at all, so the life force that drained away could not be replenished. As a result, godhood experts would still die from exhaustion after a long period of time in temporal whirlpools. Even their souls would not be able to survive. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound rang out from beside them. A stream of chaotic energy that had passed by Jianshan was disturbed by the chaotic space, turning back without any prior signs. It struck Kaya's back heavily before the three of them could sense it. Kaya spat out a mouthful of blood as she was sent flying by the collision. Jianshan's face changed. He immediately charged over as quickly as he could and grabbed Kaya's hand. At the same time, Master Chanlong immediately caught up as well. He grabbed Kaya's other hand. However, there was no land in the chaotic spatial crack, nor was there any place for them to lean on. Coupled with the fact that Kaya's momentum was just too great, the inertia actually pulled Jianshan and Chanlong along with him. They were unable to stop themselves. Spatial storms, chaotic streams of energy, and temporal whirlpools were everywhere in the spatial crack. There just happened to be a huge temporal whirlpool right before Jianshan, Chanlong, and Chanlong. It was several dozen meters wide. At this moment, Jianshan, Chanlong, and Chanlong rapidly approached the huge temporal whirlpool uncontrollably. They were unable to stop themselves. Jianshan's face changed. The temporal whirlpool that had destroyed the three-eyed demon king was only several meters wide, yet the temporal whirlpool before them was several dozen meters wide. Without any hesitation, Jianshan immediately pulled out a large number of medium and high-quality saint artifacts from his space ring and tossed them out. He controlled all the saint artifacts to explode before him. Master Chanlong pulled out a few saint artifacts from his space ring and tossed them forward as well. He also controlled the saint artifacts to explode. Boom! 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 With a series of rumbles, the powerful shockwaves from the explosion of the saint artifacts finally stabilized Jianshan, Chanlong, and Chanlong. Without any hesitation, they immediately distanced themselves from the huge temporal whirlpool as quickly as they could. Even though the three of them were in horrible shape, they had managed to avoid the danger of being sucked into the temporal whirlpool. However, the explosion of so many saint artifacts caused a chain reaction in the spatial crack, causing even more chaotic streams of energy to wreak havoc. Terrifying storms of various sizes were mixed in as well, causing the entire region of space to distort in an extremely unstable manner. Jianshan, Kaya, and Master Chanlong's faces all changed drastically. At this moment, many chaotic streams of energy and spatial storms had appeared around them, rapidly approaching them. Moreover, the space around the three of them had become chaotic. Even though they flew as fast as they could into the distance, they discovered that not only were they still standing where they were, but their bodies were even drawn closer to a huge spatial storm under the influence of space. That feeling was like rowing a boat against the current. In a swift river, no matter how fast you rowed the boat couldn't move forward at all. Instead, it was pushed back by the current. Clearly, that was what Jianshan and the others were facing right now. Jianshan, Master Chanlong, and Master Chanlong became extremely stern. The spatial storm before them was several tens of thousand meters wide. It possessed a heart-shaking power of destruction. Just a single glance was enough to fill Jianshan and the others with a sense of death. Once they were sucked into the spatial storm, it would be impossible for the three of them to survive. Quick, enter the tower. In this moment of life and death, Jianshan decisively took out the Anata Tower that he had not used for quite some time. The Anata Tower was an item of the Anata Grand Prime after all. It was a renowned god artifact, so its implications were just too great. As a result, Jianshan had always been worried that he would attract the attention of many great experts as soon as he took out the Anata Tower after coming to the Saint's world. As a result, he had always hidden the Anata Tower deeply. After all, he knew that many supreme experts in the Saint's world possessed the ability to peer into things. He did not want to see them find him through the Anata Tower, which would expose the secret of the twin swords. However, there was nothing else he could do apart from the Anata Tower right now. As a result, Jianshan could not care less. Even though the Anata Tower was damaged, Jianshan was still extremely confident in it. As soon as the Anata Tower appeared, a sliver of confusion appeared in Kaya's eyes. She stared at the completely unfamiliar, damaged tower in a daze. A sense of familiarity surged from the depths of her soul. Master Qianlong was stunned as well. He stared at the damaged tower without blinking at all. This was the first time he had seen the damaged tower, but he felt like he had seen it before. He felt like he had met Kaya for the first time in the Dong'an province. They had clearly just met, but they felt like they had known each other for a very long time already. Before they could think too much about it, Jianshan had already pulled Qianlong and Kaya into the Anata Tower. Boom! As soon as the three of them vanished into the spatial crack, the huge spatial storm collided heavily with the Anata Tower, erupting with a deafening boom. However, the Anata Tower remained unmoved. The spatial storm that was several tens of thousand meters wide, enough to make Jianshan, Qianlong, and Qianlong pale, unable to move the damaged tower at all. Afterwards, streams of chaotic energy struck the Anata Tower one after another. However, the shockingly powerful streams of energy collapsed by themselves. The Anata Tower did not budge at all. At this moment, Jianshan, Kaya, and Qianlong all stared outside nervously. When they discovered that the streams of chaotic energy and spatial storms were unable to do anything to the Anata Tower, they finally let out a sigh of relief. "Jianshan, where is this place?" Kaya asked as he constantly looked around. The confusion and doubt in his eyes became heavier and heavier. Everything in the Anata Tower gave Kaya an extremely familiar feeling. This feeling became more and more intense. His trapped soul also left Master Qianlong's space ring. He used the formation banners to transform into a huge python as he constantly studied the miniature world on the first floor. He was secretly puzzled as he thought, where is this place? Have I been here before? This feeling is a little familiar, but it also feels so distant. This is a god artifact left behind by a supreme expert after his death. We're currently in the internal world of the god artifact. There are a total of 9 floors, and each floor is a world. The world we're in is the world on the first floor, said Jianshan. Afterwards, he looked into the distance. He could vaguely see that the world was dark extremely far away. For huge swords hovered there, suppressing everything there. Chapter 2022. I never thought you'd be able to obtain such a powerful god artifact. It's only in a damaged state, yet the spatial storms and streams of energy outside are unable to do anything to it. It looks like this god artifact is of extremely high quality. Master Qianlong could not help but sigh in amazement. He constantly studied the space within the Anata Tower. He was still unable to understand why he found this place to be rather familiar. Fantastic! With this god artifact, we won't be threatened at all when we move through the spatial crack. Kaya was overjoyed. Then he seemed to think of something and frowned slightly. He looked at Jianshan and asked, Jianshan, how do we leave the spatial crack? Try and see if you can control the god artifact to attack and create an opening in the spatial crack that leads outside. Jianshan became stern when he heard that. He said, I've only refined a small portion of the god artifact, so I can only control it at the most basic level. I'm currently in the space within the god artifact, so let alone controlling it to attack, I can't even make it move at all. Jianshan paused before continuing, the god artifact we're in has already fallen into the spatial storms. The spatial storms can't threaten the god artifact, but to us they're basically a place of certain death once we're in there. As a result, we can't leave the god artifact right now. Doesn't that mean we'll have to stay in there for a very long time until the spatial storms pass? Kea asked with a frown. Not necessarily. Jianshan shook his head. I've only refined the first layer of the god artifact right now, so I can't control it to move in there. However, I believe that as my refinement of the god artifact deepens, my control over it will become greater and greater. There's no time to lose. I'll continue refining the god artifact right now. Be careful, the god artifact is already in the spatial storms, so you can't leave here. In the end, Jianshan sternly warned them before directly making his way to the 9th floor. The core that controlled the Anata Tower was a huge stone tablet on the 9th floor. Now, Jianshan had only refined a tiny portion of the bottom layer of the stone tablet. Jianshan stood on the 9th floor as he stared at the huge stone tablet that stood 300 meters tall in the distance. There used to be a projection of the heavenly palace of Bishing where the stone tablet was. He had seen an extremely beautiful statue in the heavenly palace of Bishing. He suspected that it was the Anata Grand Prime statue, and she wanted to leave her legacy to him. However, he learned from the sword spirits that the Anata Grand Prime's voice was the voice of the way, containing all the sounds in the world. The voice would change according to his wishes. If he thought it was a male voice, it would be a male voice. If he thought it was a female voice, it would be a female voice. As a matter of fact, if he thought it was the voice of a beast, it would become the voice of a beast when he heard it. However, the voice that Jianshan heard back then was truly a female voice. It was not the voice of the way that the sword spirits had described. At the same time, he saw a gaze that was extremely similar to the Anata Tower spirits from the eyes of the Anata Grand Prime's figure. As a result, Jianshan began to doubt the identity of the owner of the voice. He believed that the matter of the legacy back then was probably a scheme of the Tower spirit. However, although the identity of the owner of the voice was doubtful, Jianshan was 90% convinced by what the Anata Grand Prime had gone through after the battle. Thinking about what had happened in the past, Jianshan could not help but think about the black bead that contained the laws of destruction that he had obtained. However, after realizing that what had happened back then was a scheme, he sealed the black pearl that contained the laws of destruction and never touched it. He was afraid that it would cause some sort of unforeseen event. Even though his current strength was countless times greater than before, he still did not plan on using the bead. Ming Dong was sent away by the teleportation formation in the projection of the heavenly palace of Bishing. I wonder how he is now. Jianshan stared at the original location of the heavenly palace of Bishing silently. Although he knew that Ming Dong was in the saint's world right now and that it was extremely likely for him to be in the heavenly palace of Bishing, he did not possess the power to travel such a great distance right now. The Anata Grand Prime was one of the 7 grand exalts of the saint's world in the past. As a result, Jianshan already knew that the Anata Grand Prime was on the Prosper Plane, one of the 7 sacred planes of the saint's world. The Prosper Plane was just too distant from the Cloud Plane. It was even after the Ice Pole Plane. If he took a spatial battleship from the Cloud Plane to the Prosper Plane, it would take several thousand years or even several tens of thousand years, even without any stops along the way. Once I have enough 5-colored divine crystals to pay for the teleportation formation, I'll go to the Prosper Plane to take a look. There's also my sister Changyang Mingyue. In the blink of an eye, we've been separated for almost 200 years. I wonder how she's doing right now. But she has Shui Yunlan protecting her, so there's no need to fear ordinary people. However, my sister and Fairy Haoyue's Moon God Hall are on the same plane, Jianshan thought. If he only had a vague idea of Shui Yunlan's strength back on the Tianyuan continent, then he had a deep understanding of just how terrifying Shui Yunlan's strength was now. The Divine King ranked 9th. He was an existence that could definitely rival Primordial Realm expert. He was extremely impressive in the Saint's world. After calming himself down, Jianshan cast aside his miscellaneous thoughts. He sat down below the stone tablet and continued to refine the Anata Tower. Within the imperial palace of the Shi dynasty in the northern region of the Cloud Plain. The sword is not just a weapon in your eyes. It's your second life. If you want to comprehend the way of the sword, you need to fuse your soul with the sword and reach the level of fusing with the sword. You need to comprehend the true essence of the sword. At this moment, in a dazzling palace, a middle-aged man holding a long sword and wearing armor stood in the courtyard outside the palace. He spoke with conviction and conviction. A beautiful woman who seemed to be in her 20s stood before the middle-aged man. She also held a sword in her hand as she listened to the middle-aged man's teachings attentively. At this moment, a devastatingly beautiful woman in a long white dress slowly walked into the courtyard. Behind her, 2 pretty maids followed closely behind her. The arrival of the white-clothed woman immediately caused the expression of the armored, sword-wielding middle-aged man to change. He immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, Your Highness. Sister Shiyu, you've come." The woman who was learning the sword immediately beamed with joy. She stabbed her sword into the ground and jogged over. A sliver of affection appeared in Shiyu's eyes. She asked gently, "Mo Yen, how's learning the sword? I haven't disturbed you, have I?" No. It's been a few months since I've seen Sister Shiyu. I've been missing you for a long time." Mo Yen grabbed Shiyu's arm intimately and giggled. The woman who was learning the sword was Mo Yen. She had already been saved by the Divine King of the Shi dynasty. Although Mo Yen was not a member of the Shi dynasty, her status in the Shi dynasty was extremely special due to her relationship with Shiyu. She was personally taken care of by the Emperor Shi and the Empress. The Emperor Shi and the Empress would often summon Mo Yen and learn about Shiyu's past from her. As a result, Mo Yen became the only person in the Shi dynasty who was closest to the Emperor Shi and the Empress aside from Princess Te. She made all the princesses and princes of the Shi dynasty jealous. This was because many of the princes and princesses of the Shi dynasty had never seen the Emperor Shi and the Empress. Even if they did, they would only glance at them from very far away when the Emperor Shi and the Empress ventured out, let alone summon them. Chapter 2023. As for Shiyu, it went without saying. As the only daughter of the current Emperor and Empress, she was like a resplendent pearl in the Shi dynasty. She was doted on by the Emperor Shi and the Empress. She was doted on by everyone. Moreover, Shiyu could freely use the tremendous amount of cultivation resources that the Shi dynasty had accumulated over countless years, including various high-level cultivation methods, battle skills, and rare heavenly resources. As a matter of fact, she did not even need to ask for them. There would be female attendants who would present them to her politely. Shiyu basically had everything she wanted in the Shi dynasty now. No matter what she needed, even if it was god-tier heavenly resources or pills, she only needed to ask for them, and someone would deliver them to her very quickly. As for cultivation, an infinite prime of the laws of the sword would personally guide her. He basically passed on everything he knew to her without holding back at all. Even the Empress would often personally guide Shiyu in her cultivation. Emperor Shi would visit often as well, passing on everything he knew about cultivation to her without holding back at all. Shiyu's talent had always been extraordinary. Back in the Mo clan, she was able to become a god in an extremely short amount of time despite the horrible conditions. Now that she had the guidance of a great master and an inexhaustible supply of cultivation resources, Shiyu's rate of improvement in the Shi Empire could be described as divine. As for Emperor Shi and the Empress, Shi Yu's attitude towards them gradually changed from her initial resistance and unforgivable attitude. In particular, when she learnt that her parents had been hunted down by their enemies and had nowhere to go, only able to flee across the entire cloud plain. They could die at any time. In the end, they had no choice but to abandon her in pain in order to protect her. As a result, she began to forgive her parents. Coupled with the fact that Emperor Shi and the Empress had showered her with meticulous care in the Shi dynasty, Shi Yu had truly accepted her parents and accepted her current identity. Of course, there was another reason that only Shi Yu knew. Once she became the princess of the Shi dynasty, she could indirectly help Jianchen. Mo Yen, you've finally broken through the Holy Emperor realm and reached the Origin realm. Looks like you've been working quite hard in the past few years. Shi Yu studied Mo Yen and gently chuckled. Mo Yan's smile immediately vanished when she heard that. She became stern as she clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Ever since I recovered, I swore that I would work hard on cultivation. I would become an expert who stood at the apex of the saints' world, because only with great strength can no one bully you. Sister Mo Yen, you have to remember your oath and work hard on your cultivation. I'll find a way to help you with everything you need for cultivation, Shi Yu said happily. In the past, Mo Yen had never paid much attention to cultivation, which gave her a huge headache. Now that she had gone through a disaster, Mo Yen had begun to mature as well. Mo Yan's life is just too good. She's actually so close to the princess. She'll be able to get whatever she wants in the future. The middle-aged man who guided Mo Yen became envious when he heard Shi Yu's words. Even though he was a divine king and a divine king of the Way of the Sword, he still could not stop himself from thinking like that. The Shi dynasty was not an ancient empire. Instead, it was an eternal empire with chaotic primes. As a resplendent pearl of the empire, Shi Yu only needed to ask gently, and the things she could obtain were enough to make many divine kings envious. Sister Shi Yu, have you found Patriarch Jianchen? Mo Yen looked at Shi Yu eagerly. She was extremely concerned about Jianchen's safety right now. Shi Yu's eyes dimmed when she heard that. She shook her head gently and said, I only know that Jianchen has left the cloud plain on a spatial battleship. Finding him will be extremely difficult. However, I believe that Jianchen will return. I hope Patriarch Jianchen is safe and doesn't come across any dangers outside, Shi Yu prayed earnestly. Mo Yen prayed for Jianchen seriously before saying to Shi Yu, Sister Shi Yu, I miss Father. I want to return to the Dong-un province. I've come to find you this time to take you back to the Dong-un province. The imperial palace is great, but in my heart, the Dong-un province is where we belong, Shi Yu said with mixed feelings. Suddenly, she looked at the sky above her and thought, Jianchen, where are you? Do you know that I'm already the princess of the Shi dynasty? As long as I ask, I can even invite the infinite primes of the empire. I can completely protect the Tianyuan family from the threats of the heavenly demon religion. The vice leader of the heavenly demon religion won't be able to make trouble for you anymore. I just hope you can return sooner. Today was the liveliest day the Tianyuan family had been in the Dong-un province for many years. The entire clan was decorated with lanterns and banquets. It was a joyous scene. This was because the princess of the Shi dynasty, the daughter of the current Emperor Shi, had personally come to the Tianyuan family. Instead of saying that she had personally come, it was more accurate to say that she had returned to the Tianyuan family. This was because the Tianyuan family could be described as Shi Yu's home. As Shi Yu's only daughter, Emperor Shi naturally doted on her. When his beloved daughter traveled, he was like a moon surrounded by stars. Just the experts accompanying her included several divine kings. Moreover, even the master that Emperor Shi had found for his beloved daughter, the infinite prime of the Way of the Sword, who was a subject of the Shi dynasty, had come to the Dong-un province with Shi Yu. He carried a large number of resources that the Emperor Shi had personally given him to assist Shi Yu with her cultivation. Shi Yu's arrival naturally alarmed the divine king. He appeared in the Dong-an province as soon as possible. Even the Heavenly Moon Empire, whether it was the imperial family or the two great sects of the empire, the Taoist sect of calm clouds and the Earth Spirit sect, all sent divine king experts to visit the princess with lavish gift. Since the princess has come, it's time for me to return, the Infinite Prime who had watched over the Tianyuan family in the past few years said with a smile. He was a ruddy old man. He had come to the Tianyuan family from the Shi dynasty with Emperor Shi and the Empress. After Emperor Shi left, he had remained in the Tianyuan family under Emperor Shi's orders. "Oh right. However, Your Highness, one of the vice leaders of the heavenly demon religion, is still in the Dong-an province. He's paying attention to everything in the province at all times, so he's probably up to no good," the old man continued. Shi Yu's face sank when she heard that. Intense killing intent flashed through her eyes. She said to the plainly dressed old man beside her, "Master, can you discover this person's existence?" Shi Yu's master was called Sun Fan. Sun Fan nodded gently when he heard that. "Yeah, he's currently hiding in a small corner of the provincial city. Although I've never seen the three vice leaders of the heavenly demon religion, I've heard about them. He should be Huayan. Then may I ask who's stronger, Master, compared to Huayan?" Shi Yu asked as the light in her eyes flickered. Sun Fan laughed involuntarily. "Are you worried that I can't keep Huayan under control? Ha ha ha, don't worry. Huayan is only a first heavenly layer infinite prime, while I'm a fifth heavenly layer infinite prime." Shi Yu beamed. Afterwards, she gritted her teeth and said, "Master, please chase Huayan out of the Dong-an province." Sun Fan stroked his long, white beard and chuckled, "And I had thought you wanted me to kill Huayan for you. Huayan is one of the vice leaders of the heavenly demon religion. Although his personal cultivation is nothing in my eyes, the backing of the heavenly demon religion is just too powerful. Killing him will cause a huge mess, and even your father will struggle to deal with it. However, chasing him away won't be difficult. I'll go over right now." With that, Sun Fan vanished silently. Chapter 2024. I made a mistake before and wrote Shui Yunlan as the third divine king instead of the ninth. It has been corrected now. At this moment, the black-robed Huayan sat beside a pond in an extremely remote courtyard in the provincial city. He held a fishing rod as he fished out of boredom. However, Huayan did not react at all after the hook had been hooked away. Clearly, his thoughts were not on fishing at all. The princess of the Shi dynasty, Shi Yu, has returned to the Tianyuan family. With how Emperor Shi treats his daughter, there must be experts among her guards. Bastard, it'll be even more difficult for us to wipe out the Tianyuan family now. Huayan's face was extremely sunken as he was furious. Time was unable to wash away his fury and hatred. Although a few years had passed, his desire to wipe out the Tianyuan family did not weaken at all. Instead, it became even more intense. However, there was a primordial realm expert from the Shi dynasty present in the Tianyuan family, so Huayan was unable to do anything. As a result, he had always waited in the provincial city, waiting for the primordial realm expert to leave before taking action to wipe out the Tianyuan family. However, he had never thought that after waiting for several years, not only did the primordial realm expert fail to leave, but the princess of the Shi dynasty even returned. "Huayan, this is not where you should be. Do you want to leave by yourself, or do you want the old man to invite you out?" At this moment, an old and indifferent voice rang out from behind Huayan. The voice had appeared without any prior signs, which was why Huayan's heart quivered when he heard it. He stood up out of reflex. Shi Yu's master, Sun Fan, had appeared behind Huayan silently. As Sun Fan had concealed his presence and his cultivation was much greater than Huayan's, Huayan failed to sense his arrival at all. "Who are you?" Huayan's expression was ugly as he looked at the old man. He knew that the old man was not the one who had always been with the Tianyuan family. It was extremely likely that he had just arrived with the princess of the Shi dynasty. This filled him with bitterness. Emperor Shishur was willing to go to great lengths for his daughter, actually getting a primordial realm expert to protect her. Even in eternal empires, primordial realm experts were supreme existences. Their status was extremely great. You don't need to know who the old man is. You only need to understand that if you don't leave this place, then the old man can only personally invite you out. As he said that, the terrifying presence of a fifth heavenly layer infinite prime gradually radiated from him. Huayan became extremely furious when he sensed Sun Fan's strength, but in the end, he could only snort coldly. He glanced at Sun Fan coldly before directly leaving. Sun Fan also sighed gently after Huayan's departure. He murmured to himself helplessly, the heavenly demon religion. If it weren't for the deterrence of the Great Elder, why would the Cloud Plane allow you to continue existing here? A small, damaged, golden tower hovered alone in the spatial crack. An extremely huge spatial storm wreaked havoc around the tower. Let alone divine king experts, even infinite primes would not necessarily be able to escape if they were caught in it. In the first floor of the tower, Master Chanlong sat on the ground as he cultivated and comprehended the laws of formations. Kea moved around the first floor all by herself. She constantly studied the surroundings, carefully observing every inch of space. Her beautiful eyes would often be filled with confusion and confusion. She discovered that every single inch of land and every single world here gave her an extremely strong sense of familiarity. However, no matter how hard she tried to think about it, she was unable to understand where this sense of familiarity came from. Jianshan sat below the stone tablet on the 9th floor like a statue. He was still refining the Anata Tower. The Anata Tower had fallen into the spatial crack, so time was a mess there. As a matter of fact, he could not even sense the flow of time, so Jianshan had no idea how long he had spent refining the tower this time. However, he had already refined the 4th floor of the Anata Tower. Now, he was refining the 5th floor. The Anata Tower had a total of 9 floors. If he wanted to completely control the Anata Tower and truly turn it into his own god artifact, he needed to refine all 9 floors. However, after refining the 4th floor, Jianshan discovered that although he was still unable to completely control the Anata Tower, his control over the tower had increased by a lot. For example, now that he was in the Anata Tower, he could already control the movement of the Anata Tower. However, it moved extremely slowly. Once something happened, the Anata Tower would not even be able to dodge in time with its speed. As a result, he needed to refine the 5th floor of the Anata Tower to strengthen his control over the tower. Jianshan clearly found refining the 5th floor extremely difficult. His progress was extremely slow, but he had completely forgotten about time. He was completely immersed in refining the 5th floor. After who knew how much time had passed. It might have been a few months, a few years, or even several decades, Jianshan finally refined the 5th floor. At this moment, Jianshan could clearly sense that his control over the Anata Tower had become much easier. As a matter of fact, even with his eyes closed, he could clearly sense that the Anata Tower would move according to his will as long as he willed it. It felt like a sliver of his soul had fused with the Anata Tower. Aside from that, Jianshan discovered to his surprise that he could use the Anata Tower to launch the simplest attacks after refining the 5th floor. However, the Anata Tower was extremely damaged, and it was under the suppression of the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt. As a result, even if he could use the Anata Tower to launch attacks, the power would not be too great. Jianshan slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the half-refined stone tablet before him before silently vanishing. He did not continue refining the 6th floor because refining the first 5 floors was his limit with his current strength. Jianshan returned to the 1st floor. With a thought, he connected to the world on the 1st floor and immediately learnt about Master Chanlong and Kea's situation. Master Qianlong was currently comprehending the laws of formations, so Jianchen did not disturb him. Instead, with a thought, he used the power of the first floor to teleport himself to Keia's side. At this moment, Kaia stood at the eastern end of the first floor. It was called the end because the space up ahead had already been destroyed. The entire space was pitch black, and the figure of a huge sword hung high in the sky, suppressing the area. Keia currently stood there with his head raised. He stared at the sword that the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt had left behind in the past in a daze. Jianchen raised his head as well. He glanced at the huge strand of sword qi in the sky. His eyes were filled with some emotion and pity. He said, Kaia, I can already move this god artifact freely. We'll find a way out very soon. Chapter 2025. Jianchen also stared at the strand of sword qi left behind by the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt for a while. He felt pity inside. His comprehension of the laws of the sword had already reached the peak of the partial achievement of Sword Spirit. He was only a step away from the major achievement of Sword Spirit, but this step was not so easy to cross. Although the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt's sword qi remained inside and outside the Anata Tower, it came from a sword god. To the current Jianchen, the level of the sword qi was just too high. Even if he wanted to comprehend the sword qi, he would not be able to do so. Moreover, the main purpose of the sword qi was to suppress the Anata Tower. As a result, the sword qi was filled with great offensive power. Without the corresponding strength, forcefully trying to comprehend the sword qi would not only fail, but they would even suffer an extremely powerful backlash. The backlash was so powerful that Jianchen believed that even the Divine King could die from it. After Jianchen and Keia left, Jianchen immediately controlled the Anata Tower to move through the spatial crack rapidly in search of a way out. Due to the protection of the Anata Tower, Jianchen no longer acted cautiously in the spatial crack. He became fearless as he rampaged through the spatial crack. Even if he came across powerful streams of energy or spatial storms, Jianchen would directly smash through them. Only the temporal vortexes were something that Jianchen feared. Whenever he came across them, he would avoid them from afar. The damaged Anata Tower drifted through the spatial crack. Who knew just how far it had crossed in this chaotic space, and how much time had passed? However, Jianchen still failed to find a way out. Instead, Jianchen discovered a few floating corpses along the way. Almost all of them were incomplete. Not a single one was intact. Jianchen also came across a few living people. He personally witnessed the death of the Divine King and several overgods. They had all fallen into temporal vortexes and experienced the reversal of time. In just a few seconds, they turned into newborn babies before vanishing without a trace, reduced to nothingness. At the same time, Jianchen discovered a few Origin Realm cultivators who had also been sucked into the spatial crack. They survived there with great difficulty. Luck played a huge role in surviving in the spatial crack. If they were unlucky, let alone the Divine King, even Primordial Realm experts would face great danger. This was because the space there was very unstable. It would often distort where the front and back would be reversed. Some streams of energy that originally flew very far away would be affected by the chaotic space and suddenly appear before them without any prior signs, catching them off guard. Even the Divine King would not necessarily be able to dodge them at times. However, if they were lucky, they could survive for quite a long time even if they were only at the Origin Realm or even lower. They might even be able to find a way out. However, at this moment, Jianchen's face changed as he controlled the Anata Tower from the first floor. He immediately moved the Anata Tower to one side as quickly as he could. As soon as the Anata Tower moved, a huge hand condensed from energy reached over with terrifying might. If it were not for Jianchen's quick reactions, the Anata Tower probably would have ended up in the hand already. A Primordial Realm expert. Jianchen's heart shivered. He immediately controlled the Anata Tower to fly off into the distance. It actually dodged it. A voice filled with surprise rang out. An effeminate young man appeared where the Anata Tower had just been. He stared at the Anata Tower as it flew off into the distance. He murmured, "This crappy tower is already so damaged, yet it can still move around fearlessly. It looks like it's a god artifact at the very least, and it's of quite a high grade. I'll be taking this god artifact for sure." Before he had even finished talking, the young man chased after the Anata Tower with a flash. The Anata Tower was naturally not as fast as an infinite prime. Very soon, the effeminate young man caught up to the Anata Tower. Jianshan became stern as he controlled the Anata Tower. He suddenly changed his path, charging towards the extremely chaotic space nearby. Powerful streams of energy and spatial storms filled the space there. The laws of the world were in a mess. The young man behind him could not help but hesitate when he saw the Anata Tower charge into the dangerous region. However, he gritted his teeth and chased after the Anata Tower. In the extremely chaotic space, there was a spatial storm several tens of thousand meters in diameter. It was like an extremely huge tornado, rapidly revolving in the region. It wreaked havoc as much as it could, giving off a chilling presence. Around the spatial storm, there were over a dozen smaller spatial storms revolving around it. Powerful streams of energy collided with each other from time to time, erupting with devastating might. Jianshan directly charged into the largest spatial storm under the control of the Anata Tower. He completely ignored the terrifying might of the spatial storm and directly passed through it. At the same time, he tossed out a huge, two-handed sword. He had found this sword in the interspatial ring of the leader of the Swords Wolf adventurers. It was a supreme quality saint artifact. Boom! As soon as the huge sword was tossed out, it exploded loudly. Although the power from the explosion of a supreme quality saint artifact was unable to threaten infinite primes at all, it broke the peace there. Immediately, all the spatial storms and streams of energy in the extremely chaotic space became extraordinarily violent. They erupted with terrifying destructive power, which made Jianshan shiver inside the Anata Tower. He felt a chill run down his spine. The eyes of the pursuing infinite prime narrowed as well. He immediately retreated. Even though he was an infinite prime, he did not dare to get too close. The laws in the spatial crack were chaotic, so even though he was an infinite prime, he was unable to use the laws of the primordial realm. His strength was greatly affected. Do you think you can escape from me just like that? If the person hiding in the tower knows what's good for you, hand over the tower obediently, and I can take you out. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless, the feminine young man said coldly. The effeminate young man said coldly. Seeing how the Anata Tower remained unscathed in the terrifying spatial storm, standing there like a mountain, he became even more fired up. Jianshan ignored the young man. While he was obstructed, he immediately moved the Anata Tower away. He wanted to escape from the senses of the infinite prime before the space stabilized. However, as soon as the Anata Tower moved, it came to a halt. Not only did it not move away, but it even turned around and charged towards the center of the terrifying storm as quickly as it could. Jianshan was pleasantly surprised on the first floor of the Anata Tower. He discovered that when the terrifying storm erupted, it had actually ripped open the space there, creating a crack that led to the outside world. The primordial realm expert had clearly discovered the crack to the outside world as well. His face suddenly changed, and he became worried. He had also searched for a very long time for a path to the outside world, but he had never thought that the terrifying spatial storm would rip it open here. However, with the terrifying spatial storm wreaking havoc here, even if he wanted to return to the saint's world very much, he did not dare to approach it. What infuriated him even more was that the small tower, which was obviously a god artifact, completely ignored the storm of destruction that even he feared, and quickly flew towards the crack. Bastard! The young man flew into a rage out of humiliation. He sent out a powerful strike towards the storm in an attempt to stop the Anata tower from entering the crack. However, his strike was unable to penetrate the storm at all. Instead, it made the storm even more vicious and violent, forcing him to retreat again and again. Chapter 2026. After passing through the spatial crack, Jianshin finally returned to the outer space of the Saint's world. He sat in the Anata tower as he sensed the familiar scenery of outer space. He was unable to contain his excitement as he sighed emotionally. When he thought about how he had drifted through the spatial crack alone and how he had been surrounded by danger several times, constantly on the brink of death, Jianshin struggled to calm down. The reason why he could survive for so long in the spatial crack and pass through so many dangerous regions was not because of his strength. Instead, it was because of his extremely tough Anata tower. If it were not for the Anata tower, Jianshin had no idea whether he, Kea, Chanlong, and the others would have made it back to the Saint's world alive. With a flash, Jianshin, Kea, and Master Chanlong appeared silently in the boundless outer space of the Saint's world. Master Chanlong had emerged from seclusion recently as well. He had left the Anata tower with Jianshin. Whether it was Kea or Master Chanlong, they all felt like they had survived a disaster as they looked at the familiar space. They sighed emotionally inside. Master Chanlong, can you tell where we are right now? Jianshin looked around and asked Chanlong. Although they had escaped from the spatial crack, Jianshin had become completely lost in outer space. He had lost his sense of direction. He stowed the Anata tower away as soon as he could. The implications of this item were just too great, so he could not expose it. He only dared to use it in the other space in the spatial crack. Once he returned to the Saint's world, he would not dare to take it out with his current strength. Master Chanlong also stared at the vast space in confusion. He shook his head and said, "This is also the first time I've left the cloud plane. I don't have a star map on me, so I have no idea where we are right now." Jianshin sighed gently when he heard that. He said, "If that's the case, we can only choose a direction. I hope we can come across someone who can ask for directions along the way." Afterwards, Jianshin and Kea boarded a carriage that Master Chanlong had taken out. Driven by formations, they randomly chose a direction and shot off into outer space. The journey through outer space was long. The carriage was not even a 10,000th of the spatial battleship's speed. The people in the carriage did not even see any signs of the stars moving for several days. It was a huge contrast to the spatial battleship when they had seen the stars fly by like raindrops. However, Jianshin and the other two were mentally prepared for this. As a result, the three of them spent their days cultivating in the carriage. They traveled as they cultivated. Several days later, Jianshin and Kea opened their eyes at the same time. They looked into the distance and saw over 30 huge space beasts appear before their eyes. Their eyes were scarlet as they roared and charged towards the carriage that Jianshin and the other two were in. "There's an early divine king and the others are all over gods and gods." Jianshin stared at the space beasts in the distance. Space beasts were different from magical beasts. They only moved through outer space, hunting and reproducing. They absorbed the energy in outer space to strengthen themselves. They basically never approached land inhabited by cultivators. This was because the vast expanse of outer space was where they belonged. This was their home. This was similar to how some human experts who were used to living on land would never go to the sea to survive, even if the sea could not drown them. However, perhaps due to some inherent deficiencies, these space beasts were unable to assume human form at all. No matter how powerful they were unable to change their appearance, and their intelligence was low. Even if some of the more powerful beings among them possessed extraordinary intelligence, they were still far from being able to compare to the deceitful humans. "Let's go deal with them. We'll get it over with quickly," Kea suggested. Jianshin nodded. He immediately charged out of the carriage with Kea and charged towards the group of space beasts. Naturally, the small group of space beasts was not a problem for Jianchen and Kea. Very soon, Jianchen slew the Divine King-level space beast and took away the Divine King-level energy core along the way. Kea killed all the remaining space beasts and took away all the energy cores as well. Afterwards, he returned to the carriage with Jianchen and continued on their way. Time passed silently. Unknowingly, Jianchen and the other two had drifted in outer space for over a year. Outer space was not peaceful. During the year of travel, they would often be surrounded and attacked by space beasts. The carriage they used to travel had already been destroyed, so the three of them were forced to fly through outer space personally. Who knew how many space beasts had died to their hands during the year? Even space beasts on the level of the Divine King level numbered over a dozen in total. They had even come across a late Divine King level space beast once. Jianchen and the other two struggled in that battle. All three of them were injured to varying degrees. In the end, Jianchen and Kea were responsible for keeping the space beast busy, while Master Chanlong set up the strongest killing formation. With the help of the killing formation, they managed to kill the space beast. Traveling through outer space was extremely dangerous. If it were not for the fact that Jianchen and Kea possessed extraordinary battle prowess, many Divine Kings probably would not have been able to survive the danger that Jianchen and the other two faced. They would definitely have died to space beasts. Just when the three of them passed by a meteor, a deep rumbling sound suddenly rang out. A large swathe of black shadows constantly flew out from the meteor, forming a black cloud that quickly surrounded the three of them. Jianchen and the other two's faces changed when they saw this. They could already tell that the black cloud was formed by winged space beasts that were half the size of a person. They were not powerful individually, but there were so many of them that it made Jianchen and the other two shiver. In just a few seconds, the number of space beasts that had flown out from the meteor had already reached 1 million, and this number was still increasing at an extremely terrifying rate. "Let's go!" Jianchen called out as he quickly fled with Kea and Master Chanlong. There were just too many space beasts. Once they were surrounded, it would be very difficult to break free. However, they had still underestimated the space beasts that were only half the size of a person and were not particularly powerful. They flapped their wings and moved extremely quickly in outer space. Like streaks of light, they surrounded Jianchen and the other two very soon. With a wave of his hand, Jianchen sent out a huge streak of light that killed several dozen space beasts in a single moment. He charged out as quickly as he could with Kea and Master Chanlong. Just when the three of them were surrounded by the space beasts, a silver-white streak of light suddenly appeared in the distance. A spaceship that was only several hundred meters in size moved through outer space extremely quickly. The spatial battleship was originally just passing by, but when it passed by the group of space beasts, it suddenly slowed down. In the end, it stopped in the distance. Chapter 2027. As the voice rang out, a brown-robed old man silently appeared on the deck of the silver-white spaceship. He stared at the soul-devouring beasts that surrounded Jianchen's group with some surprise and joy. The essence blood of the soul-devouring beast king is essential for refining the Cloudrise pill, while the soul of the soul-devouring beast king is also one of the main materials for refining the soul vitality pill. These two pills are both god-tier pills, the brown-robed old man murmured to himself as his eyes shone brighter and brighter. Soul-devouring beast kings were extremely rare in the Saints' world because not only did they exist in the boundless outer space, but they were also space beasts. Finding one in outer space was even more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack, and they were extremely rare as well. It would be very difficult to come across one normally. However, encountering a soul-devouring beast king was a great fortune. This was because every part of a soul-devouring beast king was a treasure. The essence blood and soul of a soul-devouring beast king were essential for refining the Cloudrise pill and the soul vitality pill. Great Elder, have we arrived at the Tsang Poseidon Palace already? At this moment, a middle-aged man arrived beside the old man. His face was filled with respect as he looked around suspiciously. The brown-robed old man looked at Gentian's group of 3 who were surrounded by soul-devouring beasts and said, "There's still some way to go before we reach the Tsang, Poseidon Palace, but we might be able to benefit greatly here." Benefit greatly? The middle-aged man became slightly doubtful when he heard that. However, he soon discovered the soul-devouring beast horde in the distance, and his eyes immediately lit up. He said, "With so many soul-devouring beasts, a soul-devouring beast king must have been born. I never thought that we would come across such a fortuitous encounter on our way to the Tsang, Poseidon Palace. Great Elder, once we capture a soul-devouring beast king and refine it into the Cloudrise pill and the Soul Vitality pill, it will be extremely significant to our Yun family." The Grand Elder nodded and said, "That's right. The Cloud Rising pill is a pill used to increase one's cultivation. Its value goes without saying. In particular, the Divine Origin pill is a divine pill used to heal injuries to the soul, making it even more precious. A holy emperor of the Eternal Jade Drop Empire just so happened to have his soul injured, and he still hasn't recovered. Once we use the soul of the soul-devouring beast king to refine the Divine Origin pill and offer it to the holy emperor of the Jade Drop Empire, our Yun family will have done a great service. In the future, our status in the southern region will definitely rise." That middle-aged man was clearly extremely excited as he said, "Grand Elder is right. Our Yun clan may even be able to use this opportunity to climb up the giant tree that is the Jade Drop Empire. If that really happens, who in the southern region will dare to provoke our Yun clan in the future?" The middle-aged man then looked at Jianchen, Heiyu, and a sliver of surprise flashed through his eyes. He said, "The 3 people who have been surrounded by the soul-devouring beasts possess extraordinary strength as well. They're clearly over-gods, but I can sense presences that are no weaker than the Divine King from 2 of them. The young man and woman are indeed very powerful. With their strength, they must be supreme over-gods on the over-gods plaque, and they must be ranked quite high. However, it's a pity that they encountered a swarm of soul-devouring beasts. Although the soul-devouring beasts aren't powerful individually, there are so many of them that they can't kill them all. Even with the cultivation of the Divine King, they will be whittled down to death by the swarm of soul-devouring beasts. If the 3 of them don't have any methods to escape, it'll be difficult for them to escape today." The Great Elder nodded. However, if it weren't for the 3 of them drawing out the soul-devouring beasts today, the old man would never have discovered the soul-devouring beast king here. Since that's the case, the old man will help them out today and help them break free. However, there are still countless soul-devouring beasts hidden in the meteor. The 3 of them can draw out all the soul-devouring beasts, which will save the old man some effort. It'll make it easier for him to deal with the soul-devouring beast king. The Great Elder was in no hurry to take action. Instead, he stood on the deck of the spaceship and watched on. On the other side, Jianshan's group had already been surrounded by a dense swarm of soul-devouring beasts. In the beginning, there were only around 1 million soul-devouring beasts, but now, as more and more soul-devouring beasts flew out from the meteor, the number of soul-devouring beasts surrounding Jianshan's group had reached several tens of millions, or even over 100 million. From afar, it really did seem like a blanket. It was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Even though the soul-devouring beasts were not powerful, with not a single one on the level of the Divine King yet, Jianshan's group was unable to kill their way through with so many of them, let alone charge out. However, Jianshan remained calm despite being surrounded by a sea of soul-devouring beasts. He extended the senses of his soul and paid close attention to the meteor in the distance. A while later, when no more soul-devouring beasts flew out from the meteor, Jianshan knew that all the soul-devouring beasts hiding inside were probably outside now. At the same time, the light of excitement flickered through the Great Elder's eyes as he stood on the deck of the spaceship in the distance. The time to kill the soul-devouring beast king had come. However, just when the great elder was about to fly out, a cold light flashed through Jianshan's eyes. He used the power of the ancient skywolf's bloodline within him and howled at the sky. Immediately, a high-pitched wolf's howl rang through the surroundings. At that moment, Jianshan was clearly only a late overgod, but he gave off an extremely terrifying presence. Vaguely, a colossal wolf seemed to appear behind him. It radiated with supreme might, causing the sun, moon, and stars to tremble. The terrifying sound wave turned into visible ripples that rapidly expanded into the surroundings from Jianshan. The sound wave possessed an extremely terrifying might. The soul-devouring beasts that blanketed the surroundings around Jianshan were all reduced to dust by the sound wave. In the blink of an eye, an empty space appeared in a radius of several hundred meters around Jianshan. Although the soul-devouring beasts that were several hundred meters away had not been reduced to dust, their bodies had been reduced to pieces. Even though many soul-devouring beasts had not been reduced to pieces further away, they had all died to the sound wave. In just a short moment, over half of the soul-devouring beasts had died to Jianshan's howl. Although the remaining ones managed to survive due to the great distance, their eyes were all dazed as if they had lost their souls. They stood there blankly, unable to attack Jianshan and the others. "Let's go!" Jianshan called out to Kea and Master Chanlong. They immediately charged out as quickly as they could. Now that the soul-devouring beasts were no longer pursuing them, it was the perfect opportunity to leave. Once the surviving soul-devouring beasts recovered, it would be difficult for them to leave. This was because the wolf's howl had borrowed the power of the ancient skywolf's bloodline. Now that the power of the bloodline had been depleted, it would not be able to use it again in a short period of time. On the spatial battleship, the great elder and the middle-aged man stared at the scene in the distance in shock. Disbelief filled their faces. What is this battle skill? How is it so powerful? The middle-aged man felt his mouth dry up as he stared at the soul-devouring beasts that had been reduced by half. He was utterly shocked. What terrifying might from that howl! The great elder was shocked as well. Afterwards, he seemed to think of something and immediately made his way to the meteor. With just a single step, he crossed the extremely great distance between them and appeared on the meteor. As soon as Jianshan's group of 3 charged out from the soul-devouring beasts, they discovered that a spatial battleship had stopped there silently in the distance. The spatial battleship was extremely far away from them in the first place. Coupled with the fact that they had been focused on dealing with the soul-devouring beasts earlier, they had failed to sense when the spatial battleship had arrived. It was also at this moment that a sharp cry rang out from the meteor. A soul-devouring beast that was 3 meters long and shone with purple light flew out from the meteor. With great fury, it directly pursued Jianshan's group. To no surprise, 8 soul-devouring beasts that were 3 meters long circled around it. The 8 soul-devouring beasts possessed battle prowess on par with the Divine King. They followed the soul-devouring beast king like guards. Chapter 2028. The expressions of Jianshan, Kea, and Master Chanlong suddenly changed when they saw the soul-devouring beast king in pursuit. Once they were caught by the soul-devouring beast king behind them, they would definitely be embroiled in a difficult battle. Hee, soul-devouring beast king, old man was just about to go in and find you. I never thought you'd actually run out yourself. That's great, however, at this moment, a brown-robed old man suddenly appeared. His eyes lit up as he stared at the soul-devouring beast king in excitement. He suddenly struck out. The old man was extremely powerful, having completely surpassed the Divine King. With a wave of his hand, terrifying energy shook up the space there. Primordial realm laws descended, splitting into several powerful attacks that struck the soul-devouring beast. The power of the old man's attack caused the purple soul-devouring beast king to reveal shock in its eyes. It immediately let out a sharp cry, and the purple light on its body swelled, becoming more and more intense. Its charging figure came to an abrupt halt. Instead of advancing, it retreated, turning into an afterimage. It used its maximum speed to escape into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a small black dot, about to disappear into the void. With the soul-devouring Beast King's strength at the peak of the Divine King, it did possess some ability to flee from primordial realm experts. However, the 8 other soul-devouring beasts that also possessed the same level of battle prowess as the Divine King did not possess the same ability. They were all struck by the terrifying energy from the old man with the laws of the primordial realm, and they died. Hee, soul-devouring Beast King, since old man has encountered you, how can I let you escape? The old man let out a cold laugh. He opened his palm, and a fist-sized seal appeared in his hand. Then, he threw the seal in his hand out. The seal broke free from the elder's palm and instantly expanded to a size of 10,000 feet in the air. It shattered the void and gave off a destructive aura as it chased after the Soul-Eater Beast King. Wherever it passed, ripples appeared in the space. On the other side, Jianchen, Master Qianlong, and Master Qianlong stopped as well. They watched the old man deal with the soul-devouring Beast King sternly as they stared at the silver-white spatial battleship in the distance. Looking at the size of the spatial battleship, it should belong to a sect or clan, and there's a primordial realm expert watching over it. It's best if we don't come into contact with them too much. Let's go, said Jianchen. Although he was very tempted to go up and ask where he was right now, the appearance of the primordial realm expert made him dismiss that thought. Kea naturally did not raise any objections to Jianchen's suggestion. And seeing how Kea had no objections, Master Qianlong agreed with Jianchen after a moment's hesitation. Please wait a moment, my 3 friends. However, at this moment, a voice rang out from behind. The middle-aged man on the spatial battleship arrived before Jianchen, Master Qianlong, and clasped his fist with a smile. I come from the Yun family of the Sky Empire of the Profound Thunder Plain. My name is Yun Lianqing. Since you've appeared here, you must be going to Poseidon Palace as well. Jianchen, Master Qianlong, and Master Qianlong frowned. They were filled with doubt. What kind of place was Poseidon Palace? Why did he think that the 3 of them were going to Poseidon Palace as soon as he saw them? Yun Lianqing paused. Seeing how Jianchen, Master Qianlong, and Master Qianlong had no intentions of speaking, he continued, however, the region we're in is extremely far away from the Hinyu Plain where Poseidon Palace is located. Without a spatial battleship, it'll take several decades to get to the Hinyu Plain even with the speed of a divine king. You don't seem to have a spatial battleship, so if you don't mind, please board the spatial battleship of our Yun family. Our spatial battleship just happens to be able to take you along. Yun Lianqing spoke extremely sincerely. He truly wanted to invite Jianchen, Master Qianlong, and Master Qianlong because he had clearly witnessed their strength from the spatial battleship. It was exactly because of this that he did not put on any airs when he faced Jianchen and the other overgods with his cultivation as a mid-divine king. He treated them as equals. You've misunderstood, fellow Yun. We're not going to Poseidon Palace. We've just lost our way due to the attacks of a powerful space beast. If it's convenient for you, please tell us where the plane closest to us is. Jianchen clasped his fist. Yun Lianqing was immediately stunned when he heard that. Ha ha ha, it's all thanks to the 3 of you that old man was able to capture the soul-devouring Beast King this time. If it weren't for the fact that you drew out the soul-devouring Beast King, and if it weren't for the fact that you were attacked by the soul-devouring Beast King, we probably wouldn't have known that a tiny meteor was hiding a soul-devouring Beast King. At this moment, the brown-robed old man arrived with a flushed face. He laughed heartily and seemed to be in a very good mood. The old man continued, the plane closest to where we are right now is the Hinyu Plain. With the speed of our spatial battleship, we should be able to get there in around half a year. If we don't use the spatial battleship, even with the Divine King's speed, it'll probably take several decades or even over 100 years to reach the Hinyu Plain. That's under the premise that we don't come across any attacks from space beasts along the way, or it'll take even longer. Since you've become lost in outer space, and you don't have a spatial battleship with you, why don't you board the spatial battleship of our Yun family? If that's the case, we'll just be disturbing you for a while. After a short moment of consideration, Jianchen agreed in the end. In reality, Jianchen had always been worried about boarding the spatial battleship of the Yun family, as the talent and battle prowess he and Kea had displayed was just too shocking. He believed that the people of the Yun family had seen this clearly when he fought the soul-devouring beast. Many large organizations would try everything they could to rope in supreme prodigies with such battle prowess and nurture them into a sharp sword. If they failed to rope them in, some organizations would even use extreme method. As a result, there would always be a certain amount of risk for Jianchen if he boarded the spatial battleship of the Yun family. However, their primordial realm expert had already appeared. If the Yun family really did have ill intentions towards them, the three of them would not be able to flee at all before a primordial realm expert. If that was the case, they would be better off being open about it and boarding the spatial battleship of the Yun plane boldly. If they did not have any ill intentions, that would naturally be for the best. It would save them several decades of travel time. If they really did have ill intentions, they would be able to deal with them before falling out with the Yun family. After a simple introduction, they boarded the spatial battleship that was only several hundred meters long. The great elder of the Yun family had already left, leaving behind only Yun Lianqing to receive Jianchen and the others. Chapter 2029. A clarification. I made a mistake about the origins of the Yun family in the previous chapter. The Yun family came from the Sky Empire of the southern region of the profound Thunder Plain, but due to a moment of carelessness, I wrote it as the Hinyu Plain. The Hinyu Plain is where the Tsang Poseidon Palace is located. I've already corrected the previous mistake. Jianchen could not help but become slightly curious about the Tsang Poseidon Palace when he heard about it again. Fellow Yun, this is the first time the three of us have come to this place, and it's also the first time we've heard about the Tsang Poseidon Palace. May I ask what kind of place the Tsang Poseidon Palace is for you to place so much importance on it? Jianchen clasped his fist and asked. Yun Lianqing was immediately surprised when he heard that the three of them had no idea about the Tsang Poseidon Palace. However, he seemed to realize something soon afterwards, and he immediately became excited. He looked at Jianchen and Kea with shining eyes and said, "Since you don't know about the Tsang Poseidon Palace, allow me to explain the origins of the Tsang Poseidon Palace to you." Yun Lianqing paused when he reached there. He looked at the vast outer space outside the spatial battleship and sank into his memories. After sorting out his thoughts, he said, "The Tsang Poseidon Palace has existed for a very long time, far longer than the history of our Yun family. As a result, our Yun family's understanding of the Tsang Poseidon Palace comes from various sources in the Saints' world or from some rumors. There's an extremely ancient legend in the Saints' world that there's an extremely powerful sect on the Hinyu plane. The sect is called the Taoist sect of Neptunia. The Taoist sect of Neptunia is extremely powerful. Not only do they have several tens of millions of disciples, but they also have 4 supreme experts. These 4 supreme experts are all Grand Primes, and they are known as the 4 ancestors of the Taoist sect of Neptunia. Yun Lianqing's gaze changed. Even with his mental fortitude as a god king, he struggled to remain calm at that moment. His breathing became rather heavy as undisguised admiration and yearning filled his eyes. He sighed. Grand Primes are existences who stand at the very apex of the Saints' world. People like them can destroy eternal empires and sects with a wave of their hand, yet there are actually 4 Grand Primes. That's more than enough to show just how terrifying the Taoist sect of Neptunia was in the past. A sect actually has 4 Grand Primes. The Taoist sect of Neptunia sure is terrifying. Jianchen could not help but sigh in amazement when he heard that. The Taoist sect of Neptunia, the Taoist sect of Neptunia. Master Qianlong murmured to himself as he sank into his thoughts. For some reason, he felt a sense of familiarity when he heard the Taoist sect of Neptunia. He seemed to have heard of it before, but he was unable to recall where. That's not all. There's also a rumor that has been passed down for several million years in the saints' world. It's said that one of the four ancestors of the Taoist sect of Neptunia has already reached the peak of Grand Prime, only a step away from Grand Exalt. He's known as one of the most powerful people below Grand Exalt in the saints' world. Yun Lianqing sighed in amazement. His emotions fluctuated violently. With his divine king's level of cultivation, he struggled to remain calm when talking about such supreme figures. Fellow Yun, it looks like the Taoist sect of Neptunia is connected to the Poseidon Palace, right? Jianchen asked curiously. Yun Lianqing nodded. That's right. They are indeed connected because the Poseidon Palace is the supreme divine hall of the Taoist sect of Neptunia. At the same time, it's the only remnant of the Taoist sect of Neptunia. Jianchen was surprised. He asked, Remnant? Has the Taoist sect of Neptunia been destroyed? Sigh. Yun Lianqing let out a long sigh. Yeah, they've been destroyed. Such a powerful Taoist sect of Neptunia has actually been destroyed. Moreover, it's said that they were destroyed by an unimaginably terrifying existence. It's just unbelievable. Jianchen gasped. The Taoist sect of Neptunia had 4 grand primes, and one of them was even known as one of the most powerful people below Grand Exalt. Such a powerful group had actually been destroyed by a single person. It was just far too shocking. Yun Lianqing continued. You probably think that the Taoist sect of Neptunia was destroyed by the legendary Grand Exalts of our saints' world, but that's not the case. There's always been an unchanging legend that the person who destroyed the Taoist sect of Neptunia was not a Grand Exalt of our saints' world. Instead, it was a supreme expert from another world. Jianchen shivered inside when he heard that. A supreme expert from another world immediately made him think of the Immortals' world. This was because only the Immortals' world possessed such strength. After all, the Immortals' world had 5 Grand Exalts, and they had even fought a war against the Saints' world. Several Grand Exalts had died. The Immortals' world, Jianchen thought. Although he was in the Saints' world, he was technically a person of the Immortals' world. This was because his legacy came from the Immortals' world, and the Sword Spirits belonged to the Immortals' world as well. Yun Lianqing sucked in a deep breath and said, Our Yun family has only existed for around 1,000,000 years, so our heritage is not particularly deep. As a result, we don't know a lot of information, so we naturally have no way of confirming the authenticity of the rumor. It's only rumor that the other world is a place called the Immortals' world. It's said that the Immortals' world is an extremely powerful major world. It's not much weaker than our saints' world, and the expert who destroyed the Taoist sect of Neptunia was a terrifying existence called the Samsaric Immortal Exalt. Even when the Taoist sect of Neptunia used all their strength, they were not the Samsaric Immortal Exalt's opponent. Qianlong became even more confused when he heard about the Samsaric Immortal Exalt. He also found the name to be rather familiar for some reason. It was not just him. Even the trapped soul in his space ring felt the same. Who's the Samsaric Immortal Exalt? Have I seen him in the past? No, I've never seen him before, nor have I heard of him. The trapped soul murmured inside. Yun Lianqing continued. This is because the Samsaric Immortal Exalt's strength is no weaker than the Grand Exalts of our saints' world. He's also an existence that has transformed into the heavenly ways. He's extremely terrifying. Before the Taoist sect of Neptunia was destroyed, all the experts of the sect hid in the Neptunian Poseidon Palace. However, the Samsaric Immortal Exalt controlled the power of samsara and the heavenly ways, reversing yin and yang. He forcefully sent all the experts hiding in the sect into samsara. However, it was still up to the samsaric immortal exalt to decide whether they were reincarnated or not. As a result, although everyone in the Taoist sect of Neptunia was sent into samsara, none of them actually had the chance to reincarnate. They were all wiped out, however, before the experts of the Taoist sect of Neptunia died. They left their legacies in the Neptunian Poseidon Palace. It's said that the samsaric immortal exalt originally wanted to destroy the Neptunian Poseidon Palace, but a grand exalt of our saint's world appeared. From then onwards, the Neptunian Poseidon Palace remained. Due to the formations, it would only open once every 10,000 years, and because there were legacies left behind by many experts of the Taoist sect of Neptunia, it became a place for cultivators of the saint's world to seek fortune. Yun Lianqing looked at Jianchen and the others and said, "Do you know the origins of the Neptunian Poseidon Palace now?" Jianchen exhaled deeply and said, "I never thought that the Neptunian Poseidon Palace would have gone through something like this. The samsaric immortal exalt's strength is truly astonishing. He actually destroyed a powerful sect like the Taoist sect of Neptunia so easily all by himself. Grand exalts are actually so powerful and terrifying." Moreover, the grand exalt of the saint's world only appeared after the samsaric immortal exalt destroyed the Taoist sect of Neptunia. That's how short it has been since the samsaric immortal exalt destroyed the Taoist sect of Neptunia. Jianchen slowly calmed down. He stared at Yun Lianqing with shining eyes and asked indifferently, "Fellow Yun, when you first saw us, you thought we were going to the Neptunian Poseidon Palace. Is the Neptunian Poseidon Palace about to open again?"